Rightio then. Hello. I'm hoping all of this has gone through and we should be live here with episode 2. I'm going to keep talking and hopefully I will see someone kind of just let me know that I am actually live right now. But otherwise, we're going to be continuing from where we left off because I know there's people who are also just joining on the VODs. This will be saved. So this is a live stream and this is a play along series if anybody's just catching this one. If they didn't catch the previous one, this is basically like a play along live series that will be on YouTube, on my YouTube, where you guys can always come back to it. There will be timestamps everywhere as well. So hopefully you guys can pick it up from there. All right. I think we are live. So I think we can continue from where we left off. So then, right, this is episode 2 of the new player experience. Yes, awesome. Right, my mods just let me know that we're live. We're good to go. Now I'm just going to focus on what we can go ahead and do here. If you do have any questions during the live as well, feel free to go and ask. I can always try and make a mental note of them and talk about any kind of Q&As. What am I trying to say? During like survival missions or something like that aren't too important. So it gives me something to talk about. But otherwise, let's have a little recap of what happened in episode 1. So we're on our new account right here, Becoming Sentient. This is 2023 right now. This is just after the Deviri paradox. A bit of a refresh. So we took the Warframe path. Again, why did I not take the Deviri path? A few things to recap. I didn't take the Deviri path because Deviri only covers a very small portion of the game, whereas the Warframe path is actually Warframe. There's a lot more to do in the Warframe path than there is in the Deviri path. So Deviri will get its own episode. If people are more interested in Deviri paradox content, we will cover that at a later time, okay? Probably like episode 4. But for now, we left off. So we started off on Earth. We ended up taking Excalibur. We had some conversations about what are these nodes and progressive mastery rank and so forth. Also, I think we just got... Nora Knight might actually be out soon. At one point, if there's an interruption during this live stream because we need to cover an update, just keep that in mind, all right? I'll try and keep you guys busy whilst that happens, but otherwise that might happen. So we ended up on Earth and we went through all of the nodes. We did our junction. We did Plains of Eidolon. We got those quests done. We did 4 prize, Sire's Vigil, so forth. We went over towards here. We explained on how to get new Warframes, things like Rhino, for example. So that was also really good. And then we also got over towards Mercury and we did everything that we needed to do here to hopefully unlock the junction. Oh no, we did actually do that. And now we're on Mars. Are we? Sorry, are we? Oh no, there we go. So we're just making our way towards the Mars Junction. So this is going to be the main focus for this one. During this episode as well, I'm going to teach basic modding. Okay, so if you guys want to understand how do you mod, how do you get stronger in Warframe, hopefully I can acquire a few more mods to show you guys some routes and some builds and some paths. If I really need to switch over to my main account to give you guys a bit more of an idea, I can do so. But it's just going to be on what I currently have available. But for now, we're going to go and pick up from where we left off, and it's going to be progression across the star chart. So that's what we're going to be doing. Also going to carry on ranking up whatever we got over here, the MK1 Paris, the Leto, the Skana, and get all of that done as well. All right, so that was just a bit of a recap. What it do, everybody who's joining the stream, great to have you guys here. And if you're watching on the VOD as well, I hope you guys are enjoying Warframe so far. Please, and I strictly mean this, like, please do not hesitate to reach out. If there's something that you don't understand, don't sit there twiddling your thumbs. Leave me a comment somewhere, either be on this video or episode 1, whatever else it may be. If I touched on a subject very briefly, please just let me know, right? If you want me to explain more about it, I'm more than happy to go into it. Just, it depends how long the topic is. For example, advanced modding in Warframe is an extremely long topic. It could literally take an entire episode. But basic modding in Warframe, it could take about, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 minutes to go ahead and just give you guys a bit of an idea how to mod. See what I mean? So it really depends on the topics, but don't be afraid to reach out, okay? So if I jump over something too quick, be like, yo, Clark, can you go back to that and explain what you meant by this? That's awesome. I can do that. So let's continue. We got a bit of a mobile defense to go ahead and do. I don't think there's anything I need to go and change in my build right now, so we're just going to jump straight into some gameplay. and start off the day. I should be here for at least 3 hours today is going to be the goal. And I'd like to try and get towards Frost and actually start working on our first Warframe. So it would be good if we can try and get towards Frost, all right? It shouldn't be too hard, but it just depends on what else we got to go and do. So mobile defense, for anyone who's not done mobile defense before, mobile defense is another way of saying defense, but obviously it's mobile. So we got to go and pick up this kind of core that we have here. What is it actually called? I don't even know, because it's called data mass. There you go. It shows you just like how much we're, you know, muscle memoried on just doing things that I can't even remember what the name some stuff is. So also, again, if you ever see me kind of like run past particular canisters or so forth, if you want to take your time and loot, that's completely fine. These enemies don't mean too much to me right now. I've got to defend anyways, so I'm going to look towards... I thought there was a Kubro den over there, which I can explain again later. I'm just going to move towards this thing here, so the Grenier system. Now what I need to go and do is defend it. So that's going to be the goal now. We're just going to go and kill enemies and chill out. Basically about it. Now the time is in the top left, and that will be dependent on whatever kind of mobile defense tier that you're doing. So like higher missions might have more than a minute's sorties of whatever's. They might all have different things. Oh, you'll see Kubros here, by the way. They're kind of so they come from these dens, which is Kubro dens. Ideally what you want to try and do is just destroy these dens, and there is a chance to go and get a Kubro egg from them. You'll need it a bit later, but maybe I don't get it until I've done the quest. So there will be a quest. Actually, I think I have the quest, don't I? I can't quite remember. Oh, remember the fresh cones? And I was talking about the scanning on the plants. So this is going to come in handy. I'm going to turn the volume up a bit more. We're going to go and scan that, because again, we'll be needing those a bit later. Should try and use... I'm going to use the Lato here as well. There's a Blitz Eximus up there. He's going to be a good amount of XP to go ahead and get. And just like that, we've already defended the first part. Now, do remember, whenever it comes to you picking up something that requires you to use your other hands, you cannot use your primary weapon. So your primary weapon normally takes 2 hands to hold and shoot. But if I want to go and pick this up, I can't use my bow. So sometimes you still want to make sure that you have a good secondary weapon available to you so that you can hold on to it. All right. We can go and loot lockers. There's like a locker there that I could go and loot. Didn't get anything fancy from that, but that's okay. So let's move down here. Now we're going to work on this one. Another Kubro den. Might as well go and have a little rummage around and see if I can get anything from it. Oh, wait, what was that? Was that an egg? Oh, it's Rebido. Okay. I tried to mark it in case it was an egg. But yeah, these Kubros are kind of like neutral, if you will. They'll attack enemies, but they also... I'm pretty certain they do also just attack you naturally. I'm not actually 100% sure they attack you naturally. If they don't, that's okay. Oh, there's another den right here. Unless you have to hit it first. So you can get some resources from it, which is nice. And I'm going to be training up this Lato gun. The reason why I'm going to be training this up as well is because as much as I like my bow, they're different types of weapons. And what I mean by that, I know that's obvious because one's a bow and one's a gun. That's not actually what I mean though. One is projectile, like this. So it takes a while before it hits an enemy. One is projectile, whereas one is hit scan. So as soon as I click this, you know, as soon as I click, it's instantly hidden what I'm shooting at. So I want to go and make sure I have a hit scan weapon available to me. That's also why I want to level up the Lato. Otherwise, I would just keep leveling the Paris right now, and I'd be killing all of the enemies on the Paris. Because the Paris is a really strong weapon for me to go and use right now. So this is the last one. Mobile defense normally works in like increments of 3. So keep that in mind. So you'll go ahead and defend 3 of them, and once you're done defending 3 of them, you're basically done. What's really good in mobile defense, at least, again, we're in 2023 right now. This is just ever so slightly after the Deviri Paradox update. What's really good is to actually not really so much focus on killing the enemies, but to actually stun the enemies, slow the enemies, stop them from kind of doing what they would want to do, which is obviously destroy the objective. So, one of the Warframes that I do want to go ahead and pick up is going to be called Frost. He's one of the Warframes that I always recommend. Oh, what mod is that? Pistol Gambit. Nice. That's new. That's crit chance on pistols. This is fantastic. That's really good because I'm actually ranking up the Lado right now, so we can get some crit chance on it. Forgive me for the cough. But what's going to be really helpful towards us is taking crowd control related frames. So instead of just fighting these enemies and trying to push them back, we could actually just stop them from, like, I don't actually need to kill them. I make no progress killing them. So long as they don't blow this up and destroy this, we're technically succeeded in the mission. So crowd control frames for mobile defense are really, really good. And that's what we want to try and lean towards, okay? Try and get some crowd control frames. So I'm basically done here. Not much else for me to go ahead and do, so I'm going to go and leave. Oh, I should actually go to a relay and get an affinity blessing. Remember last episode, we talked about affinity blessings. Good way for us to go ahead and just get some extra affinity to train weapons. Yeah, we should go ahead and just quickly join a relay and see if we can get an affinity blessing. Boom. So unless one of the lovely viewers in chat right now has a free affinity blessing for me, we might have to wait just for a little bit of time. I'll see what the chat says. I might as well loot this just whilst I wait for any kind of responses. Does anybody in chat have a affinity blessing by chance? Or have you guys used it today? We'll double check. Either way, I should definitely try and go and get myself an affinity blessing. So yes, this is good. This is very, very good. The pistol gambit mods. This will be like one of your main critical pistol mods for quite some time. So yeah. You're logging in? Thank you. Appreciate that. I have it as well. Okay, let's go ahead and join a relay real quick. And I'm going to try and... Yeah, I realize I'm using my viewers right now. And I understand I'm taking a bit of a content creator privilege. If you don't have this route, and that's okay, forgive me. I'm not trying to use that as like an egotistical thing. If you don't have it, like I said, just stand in the relay until someone basically blesses. So I'm going to go to Earth. I'm going to go to the Strata relay. I'm going to go to relay 4. Okay? I'm going to go to relay 4. So we've at least for now, we've unlocked the... So I'm just going to chill here while someone hopefully blesses and then we can just leave. We've actually unlocked the path to the Mars Junction. But what we need to go and do is get everything else that the Mars Junction requires us to go ahead and do. So that's what we're going to be focused on, is reading the Mars Junction. Hey, there's my clan right there. I see quite a few people from the clan. You love to see it. I don't know where he's gone. I don't know what just happened there. Yeah, you love to see it. Deary me. Do I actually need to be down there to go and get the affinity blessing, or can I get it from here? I can get it from here. Todoman is also part of the clan now. Thank you very much, Todoman. I appreciate it, dudes. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Todoman. So we got the affinity blessing. You can press F to go and say thank you towards them. So that's what we basically just did. Forgive me, I've already been streaming today, so my voice is a bit raspy. So as again, what we can go do is we can hover over here and we can see that we got a 3-hour affinity blessing. So again, this is going to increase our XP on every kill and every enemy that we go ahead and fight. This is going to be a fantastic way to go and help rank up as well. And we should be as going to be Mastery rank 2 by today. So that is also the goal. So again, we clicked on Earth and now we just did the mobile defense mission. We hover over Mercury, we hover over Mars Junction, and now we need to go and clear a path through Venus to access Mercury. So we need to go and clear something called SUISEI, or whatever it's called. I don't quite know how to pronounce it. So this one here. So we're going to work towards getting towards this. And then we're also going to go ahead and look at, it was the Once Awake quest. So we need to go and do the Once Awake quest as well. I would probably go and do the Once Awake quest right now and just get it out of the way. Quests are like a one-time kind of experience. Whenever you get a chance to go and do a quest, just do it. Get it out of the way. I can't actually remember who is part of the Once Awake quest. Is this Maru? Oh my god, a grenade daughter by the name of Tengus. Oh my goodness, I haven't heard that name in a while. Okay, very cool. Right, so again, whenever you go and access quests, you can always go and use this as directions. So we can just click here and it will take us wherever we need to go. I've got such an itchy nose right now. It might be hay fever. Summer is just around the corner. You hate to see it. It doesn't help because I'm going to be scratching my nose a lot now. So forgive me if I'm doing that. I will try and resist as much as I can. Okay, so it looks like this is probably going to be is this a spy? This might be a spy mission. Is this our first spy mission? No, I don't think it is. I don't believe so. Either way, we'll talk about it. But this is definitely the first time that you guys have seen Infested, I believe, right? So this is one of the other major factions inside the game. And the Infesteds are kind of like your hordes-based enemies, right? So we had the Grineer, which are like big armor enemies. These are like the main enemies that you'll go ahead and fight. We had Corpus, who were kind of like the scientists, if you will. So Grineer are like the military big juggernaut dudes. They just want to fight. Corpus is the scientist, very clever, very rich, wealthy in knowledge, with shields and technology. And Infested are the hordes. They are the horde to be feared as well. They absolutely dominate. When it comes to lore, they actually just dominate majority of everything that's going around right here. Oh, okay, so we still got a bit of Grineer in here, so it's going to be a bit of a hybrid tile set right now. Now, the Grineer and, I don't know if there's any Grineer down here, but the Grineer and these Infested, they're not on the same team. So they will actually go ahead and fight each other if you lure them into each other as well. So there's Grineer down there. It would have been great if I could kind of show you. Oh, wait, hang on. Here you go. So I'm just going to kind of shoot and hopefully lead them past this Grineer. Break line of sight. And there you go. Now you can go and see them just kind of fighting each other. And yes, he got absolutely destroyed. I don't know if you noticed, but you can see like the Grineer mask on them. See, like, it looks like it's got a face there. So they're kind of just basically mutations, if you will. The Infested are basically just mutations of what we already know within the game, right? So anyways, let's keep going. And just using my first ability there to go and clear those out a bit quicker. Let's go towards where A is. I killed him by bullet jumping or sliding into him. So we got a hack here. These are the Grineer hacks. Grineer hacks just require you to go and tap space whenever you're ready. Okay, whenever it lands on it. And this is going to be one of the areas, so one of the kind of spy map tile sets for you to go and look at. So there's a few different ways to go and do this, but if you was to do actual spy, you don't want to make too much noise here. When it comes to spy missions and when it comes to rescue missions, your better frames are frames that can go stealth and stealthy. Okay, so what I'm going to go and do here, I don't know if this is just straight open, is it? I'm just going to check over here, down here, back down here. And then I'm just going to bullet jump straight over there. That might just be straight. Yeah, that might just be the easier way to go and do it. I believe you can also jump straight up here and go through this. So if you don't want to hack that door, if you don't like doing hacks, you can basically skip it by jumping up there as well. Now, sometimes there might be lasers. So I'm just giving you guys a bit of a heads up. So just a quick run through here. Sometimes there might be lasers or something here that's kind of stopping you. And when we came down this like little corridor, so again, I'll just go back to the beginning so I'm not confusing you. So this is where I was, okay? Here. Sometimes you'll have to go ahead and just kind of hack these to disable security in case something is stopping you from getting through, all right? Otherwise, just go into the back room, chuck a right again, go all the way down here. If you don't want to hack that, if the option is available for you to go up here, jump up here. Oh, whoops. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Jump up here and then fall down there. And then this way you can also get inside, all right? But it's entirely up to you how you want to approach these doors. Take it however you want to. Anyways, bam, bam, bam. Lovely. So we time that. That is going to be data retrieved on 1. Now, if enemies do get alerted that I'm here, oh, I can also show you this route as well. So yeah, here's all of the different routes. So there's actually another route. If I slide underneath this, I can basically follow these walls. Well, is there 2 routes here? Anyways, I can go ahead and follow these walls by going down here. And I could just kind of tap off this. And then you can end up over here. You follow through the pipe. And there you go. And there you are here. So a bit of a different route to go ahead and take there. There's quite a few different routes. Feel free to explore. Hopefully I don't need to show you some more there, but there is also, I believe there's also a 3rd route. But yeah, these kind of missions are killing that one. It's going to be good. Oh, and killing this one as well. It's also going to be good for experience. So naturally, I wouldn't really care about them, but again, I wouldn't mind getting some experience. So whenever I can get it, that's always good. Spy missions are also very good for experience. So this one, I think I showed you guys last time, right? Didn't I? I believe in episode 1, I showed you guys the route of this one. When you come through here, most people will run downstairs. They'll go all the way down here, and then they'll access that. If I haven't showed you this in episode 1, don't worry. I actually taught this on stream the other day as well. But instead of you running down the stairs here, what you can go and do, you see this like platform there. So you just hacked the, go back to the beginning. You just hacked this. See this platform here? Jump on top of it. Look straight up, crouch, bullet, press space to like bullet jump. See these panels? Keep leading all the way around. And if you look at that, it's cracked. You can literally just fall inside. Okay? And you want to do the hack. Now, I'm going to show you what this does. These are called sensor bars as well. Basically, it'll give you like a magnetic proc and it'll kind of just alert things. So I don't want to, if you see my energy. Hello? Unless it's only for the door right now. I'm pretty certain these would also get you before the door, but for some unknown reason, that's not working. Anyways, you could basically just break them, is what I was trying to go and say. So ideally, if you do go and see it, just go ahead and break it. Oh, why am I going down? Whoops, that's the elevator. I don't need to take the elevator. So go and do the hack. Lovely, we've done that. Let's go out here as well. So I'm going to break this. I'm just looking for a bit of energy. So sometimes I'm just going to shoot crates. There you go. So I got a bit of energy there. The reason why I want energy is because I can go a little bit quicker. Just going to kill this guy, get some affinity, because why not? Okay, he's down. Excellent. Now these guys, these ancient infested, see these ones here called ancients? Whenever you see these guys, get rid of them because they normally buff and boon all of the other enemies that you see there. So if you see something called ancient disruptor, ancient healer, whatever you go and see, ancient eximus of any kind, take them out, okay? They are the bigger threats that are literally buffing and booning all of the other enemies next to it. So I believe this one is, you could do this a few different ways. Does that do it there? Oh, okay, so no, maybe it is just straight like that. So just don't get caught by that sensor. This one, I believe you can just go straight round and then up over here. And then normally there'd be like lasers. This, oh, so it's there. Normally there's like lasers to slide over and down between. But otherwise, I can go do it this way. So that's like the quicker way of kind of getting in there and getting towards this part. And then boom, boom, boom. So you can go and do that. That's going to go and send the elevator up. I think now that does that. Yeah, then you go back on yourself. I don't think you actually even need to bring that, no? It's been a hot minute since I've done that one, but I can't remember if you actually even need to do that hack there like that. But either way, we're down here. Ah, there it is. It's the underground route. That's the laser I was thinking of. So forgive me. Where does this go? And where can you access this? Let's have a little look. Oh, it's okay. So I got into this room and I dropped out of this vent. So you see, I was over there, right? I jumped through there. I came out here. Then I hacked that. Oh, right. Yeah, no, if you do hack this, no, because it puts the lift up. Yeah, you don't want to. Oh, it doesn't matter if you do that. I just realized. Oh, that gets you out. Okay. So forgive me. I apologize. It's been a little bit of time. So the idea is what we want to go ahead and do. You don't have to hack it. I'm pretty certain you don't. You could basically just drop down here. Go over here. Bullet jump over that. It's going to be a bit of a tight squeeze. You can go ahead and hack this. And if you didn't put the elevator up, you should now be able to go and jump up. Do you see what I mean? But if you put the elevator up, I think maybe this hack is to bring the elevator down. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, you're going to have to bring the elevator back down. Okay? What is going on? Why am I stuck on the wall? Didn't mean be stuck on the wall there. Right, so we're now done here. There's nothing else that I really need to go and focus on, except from, again, affinity. So if I can go and kill him, I might as well go and kill him. There you go. Reach rank 10 with any pistol. Nice. See all this extra bonus affinity that I'm getting. So in this mission alone, I got 10,000 affinity, but because of all of the other things that I was doing, and because I successfully got out, I get an extra 12,000. The way that affinity also works in missions, I didn't think I covered this last episode, is if you guys go ahead and earn affinity in a mission, and let's say that you get something to rank 30, you can actually just leave the mission. So if you think, oh god, do I have to just keep staying in to complete it? Like, I've got it ranked up now. I just wanted to rank it up. Do I have to finish the mission to go ahead and keep the affinity, no, you could just leave. Like, if you don't want to stick around, just leave the mission. You're completely okay to go ahead and do that, okay? So feel free to go and do so. But it's mostly, you'll lose the bonus ranking. So if you just go ahead and say, if you got to rank 30 without bonus affinity, you'll see what I mean. I can kind of show this on stream at some point, but if you get there without bonus, then you can leave. If you get there with bonus, you can't leave. You have to complete the mission to successfully secure that bonus affinity. Does that make sense? Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully I didn't confuse you guys any further than that. Maybe it's not something that you need to know as a new player, but hey, it's definitely something I should be teaching you anyways, because at some point I'm going to explain this stuff. So I either explain it now or I explain it later. You just choose, all right? You guys choose. I explain it now, I explain it later. Right, so all we got to go and do now is just kill enemies. Lovely. No worries. Let's just go ahead and train up the Lato. These are just exterminate missions, so the quicker you can kill enemies here, the better. And obviously in these types of missions, you're looking for warframes that can kill very quick. And also, if they can move quick as well, then that also helps. Because we just want to kill and move, right? We just want to kill and move and kill and move. So we kill that guy. I hope I can get some spare endo during this run, because I'm hoping I can go ahead and show you guys some mods to go ahead and put on your builds to start off with. So I'm looking for extra mods and I'm looking for extra endo. So fingers crossed we can get that. I think in missions like this, I don't want to waste too much time. So instead, I'm going to switch over to the bow, because the bow's going to one-shot these anyways. And I can train the pistol like during survivals or defenses or something else like that. Instead, I would much rather just get this mission done nice and quick, because I don't want to spend too much time here. I got Trick Mag. Not really something that I care too much about right now, but it gives you some ammo maximum, which is nice. Oh, it happened. It finally happened. So what is this? And unfortunately, it's a terrible spot, but maybe I can angle the camera so you can see the name of it. It's called a Cyan Star. Now, there's Cyan Stars and there's Amber Stars. These are important. If I was anywhere on the map, it should still go ahead and mark them for you. If and whenever you can, try to grab them. This is going to be one of your better ways to get endo in Warframe, okay? Finally, I got one. Where do you get Cyan Stars from? There's just a chance that whenever you're like breaking containers and so forth, that they might actually end up out of a container. Oh my goodness, that's a Venom Maximus right there. So I got to talk, look at my health. Oh God, that hurts. So I had a Venom Maximus there. So remember, I think I touched about this briefly in episode 1, but if I didn't, I'll touch about it again. You know, there's no harm. Hopefully you guys don't mind if I repeat myself quite a lot. I'm just trying to drill information into, your heads as well, as much as it's drilled into mine. But remember that Toxin procs will directly ignore my shields, and they will hit my health directly. As of right now, in Warframe 2023, Toxin is the only thing that is essentially going to bypass your shields to damage you, okay? So if you see like toxin gas clouds or anything else like that, do be careful. This is so important, by the way. Just gonna kill these enemies so I can kind of talk about that. So we got rid of that disruptor, which is really good. God, this is the only issue with the bow is... So bows will be a bit better when you can get something called projectile speed. You're looking for a mod. They're called like terminal velocity, so forth, stuff like that. I missed a scannable, did I? Oh, that's okay. If I missed a scannable, what scannable did I miss? But anyways, this is called Polymer Bundle. Now, Polymer, you're going to need a lot of this in the game, okay? Try to always get this. It's extremely, extremely useful for you. Apparently I missed a scannable and I've been notified of it, but I don't know what scannable I missed. So if I've missed it, is it a Cephalon fragment? If it's a Cephalon fragment, I can explain it, but small blue ones that look like gyros. Oh, you're talking about, is that not frame fire? It's next to the door 2-3 rooms away. Okay, I'm going to quickly look. So it could be good for education to help people. Which way did I come, guys? Was it this way? I could just open up my map. This. Okay, so he's got a point, and I can explain what these are. These are called frame fighter character datas. I'm going to say this in the nicest way that I'm going to. Digital Extremes, I love you guys. Thank you for the game of Warframe. Do not worry about these, okay? Don't worry about them. Scan them, by all means. What they basically are is we have a bit of a... I'll try and sum this up as quick as I can. I'm sorry, but they're not that important, okay? If anything, they're not important, period. All right? If you do like collecting things, scan them. If you don't like collecting things, don't scan them. They are literally designed for... Imagine... Do you guys know fighter games like Tekken and Soul Calibur? Do you know what I mean? Or like Super Smash Bros. Kind of like Melee. Do you know those kind of like big games out there? Well, it's kind of like a fighter game, but in Warframe. And unfortunately, it's not that very well optimized. So I wouldn't really, unfortunately, it sounds exciting. Maybe they might look into it in the future, but as of right now, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Okay. Anyways, we'll go ahead and scan it, and you'll see at the top, Ivara is unlocked. So I actually got Ivara to use. Ivara is a Warframe. She's a stealth Warframe. Ivara, it can now be used during frame fighter gameplay. But like I said, I'm not really going to do frame fighter. But hey, it's not about what I'm going to do. It's about what you guys need to know, right? So I think it was a great thing, and I'm glad that someone pointed out. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to kill these guys, and I think we can just leave. We're kind of wasting time here. It's not a speed run, by all means. You know, if you're playing alongside with me right now, again, take your time with missions, all right? Oh, you see that, Polly? Take your time with missions. If you need to pause the video at any point, that's fine. Pause it, you know? Take your time. Enjoy yourself. Right, and we're just straight here. Let's go ahead and leave. But otherwise, if you want to go and get more and more and more materials, yes, I would recommend searching things, looting, shooting, killing, all of that other stuff, okay? So we got some ferrite, we got some oh, that's fantastic. We got poly bundles. I really like that because it's going to be used for Necros, which we'll get to a bit later. I'm going to give you guys also, I don't know if it'll be this series or maybe next series, but I'm going to go and give you guys 5 Warframes that I recommend that personally I think every new player or every player in the game should actually own. I already have the list, okay? I already have the list. But either way, we got a Cyan Star, awesome, and we progressed with the quest, so let's keep going. I've got a mailbox right here. Oh, they gave me a Molten Impact. Sheesh. Melee mod for heat. Damn, that's a great mod to go and get. This mod will stay with you until end game. So yes, if you was going to rank this mod up, this is fantastic. All of the credits, all of the endo that you spend on this will stay with you from here until the very, very, very end. I still use this mod. It's still such a fantastic mod to go and use. So this is fantastic, awesome, love it. Thank you very much. So we've got to go and defend the bomb now, and we're going to finish off what looks like could possibly be the last part of Once Awake quest. So I think Once Awake quest is maybe introducing us to the Infested. I thought it was maybe it's Patient Zero that I'm thinking of, is the one with Marus. Oh my goodness, I haven't seen this in a while. So we're going to be doing defense. I can take this opportunity to go and answer kind of any Q&As. If there's anybody who's got any questions in the live stream, or if you guys would like me to talk about a particular topic that maybe you guys don't know an awful lot about, I can take this opportunity to go and do that. So remember, because it's like a defense and I'm not looking to like speed run it, I just got to go and kill enemies right now. I'm going to go and train up my secondary weapon here. So we just got to go and protect this bomb. So again, on defense as well, keep in mind, Warframes that can go ahead and protect the objective are some of the better Warframes. So if you would like a name of a Warframe that could do very well at protecting things, it's Frost. And Frost is one of the Warframes I would like to try and get progress on this episodes. Because he's literally my second Warframe that I want. Although you could go and get Rhino if you're looking for a bit of survivability, Frost to me is way more important. Way more important. Frost can also stay with you to late game because Frost, although he can be replaced because there are a couple of frames that could be better than him, he's still very good. So we're gonna take Frost anyways, all right? Whereas unfortunately Rhino will get replaced. Good as a frame's going to take early if you want to. But like I said, he will get replaced. You didn't even know Frame Fighters was a thing? Yeah, Frame Fighters is a thing. Imagine like Tekken or game modes like that. That's what basically Frame Fighter is. So again, if this gets overwhelmed, if they get past the shield on this, if you want to go and protect the HP, even on Excalibur, I can still go and use my second ability to stun. So remember that. If this is getting hit too much on Excalibur, use your second ability. If you guys are using Mag, use your first ability to pull enemies away from it. And if you guys are using Volt, use your third ability to put some shields down, okay? You could do things like that. Anyways, they're a bit close right now, so I'm just going to go in melee because I can read chat at the same time. Imagine Tekken, but very bad and very buggy. Unfortunately, yes. It's a bit of a gimmick. It's funny, but it is what it is. Slash is really good against these guys, by the way, and Skynet is, I believe, primarily Slash. It might actually be Impact, because I'm seeing Impact procs here. But Slash will be good. Melees will be good against Infesteds. Remember, Infesteds are mostly a melee faction. So this is our introduction towards the Infesteds. They're mostly going to charge you down and try and overwhelm you with numbers and debuffs and stuff like that. So melee, if you go melee into Infesteds, you're basically like in a close proximity towards them. Whereas Grineer... Did I just see an Eximus? Whereas Grineer and Corpus are more about range. They won't have as many melees. They still got melee units, but they're not as melee. But this is good because I can train up my sword a bit here, my Skarnar. So this is nice. So there is a tip here. In Warframe, at least if you guys play on PC, when it comes to melee, not everybody wants to go ahead and just spam E like this. What you guys can go do, if you rebind your controls, rebind it to scroll wheel. See this? Rebind it to scroll wheel. It's so much easier for your fingers to kind of do this than it is to keep mashing E like this. So if you don't want to do this, scroll it to your bind wheel. A lot of people go and do that, and it's actually a good thing to recommend. As much as melee can be really strong, it can also be a bit tiring just spamming E like this. I'm just so used to doing it that I haven't changed my key binding, but I absolutely agree with it. And I encourage people to go and do it, especially if you suffer from any kind of disabilities. Try and help yourself out as well, you know? Try and help yourself out, and hopefully it doesn't stress out your fingers or your hands or your wrists as much. And hopefully it helps. So Ancient Healer 1 there as well. We take him down. What you can go and do, like on defense tile sets, defense doesn't normally start until you walk up towards it and whenever you're ready. Whereas like if I enter a exterminate mission, exterminate is basically as soon as I enter, I've got to start killing, right? Off I go. But defense, if you wanted to go and be like, oh man, I want to go over there and loot over there, but I need to protect this. Just don't rush. Don't jump straight to this. Just walk around like the outside. You can loot any kind of lockers or any kind of containers. Defense is only ready when you are ready. Someone in your team has to mostly activate defense, or it might be like a timer, but I don't really know how long the timer is because at my stage, it's been so long that I can't quite remember if they're actually timer bound. I can't remember. Are they timer bound, chat? Anybody who's live here? Can I ignore it for like 3 minutes? Maybe I can get like 3 minutes away from it, but I think it might start at some point. But hey, remember, if you're playing solo, you can pause the game. Look at that, see? So if I need to go answer the door, if I need to go downstairs, if I need to go and do anything, the game can be paused, but only if you're playing in solo. Now remember, in episode 1, I did go over that. If you don't know how to go and do it, I will show you again one more time. But I encourage you, if you are playing on your own, put yourself in solo game modes because you can pause whenever you want to. All right? If you're not in solo and you're playing on friends, public, or invite, you could not pause the game. This means you could even pause the game and go to sleep for 8 hours, come back, and the game would still be paused. You could do that if you wanted to, you know? Or you can pause the game for an hour, go out to the shops because you need to go and get some groceries, and then come back as well. This is good. It's nice that I'm ranking up my other weapons right now. I want the Lato to get the kill, mostly the kill there, but... So yeah, the MK1 Paris is currently ranked 20. Can you see all like the bonus XP that it's saying up there as well? The bonus XP, like as how I was saying earlier, it's only granted to you when you complete the mission, right? When you complete the mission. Otherwise, that bonus XP is not given to you. But all of that other XP underneath it, that's always given to you. That's guaranteed. That's guaranteed. So right now, 1,500 extra XP has been given to my Lato, if that makes sense. 3,100 has been given to my Skarner. It updates whenever I kill something. So it's 3,332 on Skarner. I kill this, 3,377. You get the idea? And that's how that works. All right, we kill these guys. There we go. Kill that guy. I think that's it. Awesome. So we did the defense there. That's done as well. We got 15 ender. I'll take ender. Wow, what are we getting here? We got heal and return. Not exactly great, but it is a rare mod, so I think that might be, is that one of our very first gold rare mods? I'm not too sure if it was actually on the series. But yes, you can see that there's gold mods as well. What kind of mods are there in the game? Maybe I should go ahead and just kind of walk through this a little bit and kind of explain, but there's lots and lots of different variants of mods. You'll kind of notice that because it's a little bit looter shooter-ish, not really, but hopefully you can go take that with a grain of salt and understand what I'm saying. You'll get a lot of kind of common mods, uncommon mods. So you get these are kind of common mods, as you can see here. Uncommon mods are silver, gold mods are rare, and then it goes even further and you'll discover so many more mods. I don't even know how to explain them. Just there'll be ribbons, which are kind of fancy and special mods for particular weapons, and then there's like umbrals and sacrifices or sacrificials and prime mods, which are all white and everything. We'll have to go over those a little bit later when I can actually go ahead and get them, or when I get towards the mod station and I have more. So this one is just kind of filler text. Feel free to read it if you guys want to. And this one gives me the Heat Sword Blueprint, which isn't too bad. What you can go and do, you can always go and press tab if you're on console. I'm not too sure what the command is, but either way, you can cycle and have a little look at the stats that it gives you. So 2.5, so critical, not really that great. Critical multiplier, not really that great, unfortunately. I don't really know what that means, sorry. I'm mostly recording this for YouTube right now, but I can't tell. Did somebody just donate on YouTube? If you did, thank you so much. I can't tell. Did you donate on YouTube? Sorry, I know I'm live right now. Forgive me. I'm not. Well, thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. We do have options if people want to go ahead and subscribe to YouTube and support my videos. Please go ahead and consider subscribing. But thank you so much for the donation. I don't have any pop-ups during this. And if you guys are watching this on the VOD, forgive me. I'm mostly focusing on VOD and on just the game right now. I'm not in streamer mode, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. But if I ignore the rest from here onwards, please don't think I'm being rude. I'm just trying to focus on what people need to know. So I apologize. Thank you so much. Thank you. God damn. So over here, we got a Heat Sword Blueprint as well. We actually have everything required to go and build that, and there's no reason to not go ahead and build that. So let's go ahead and get that crafted. Why not, right? And look at that. Once a wait quest has been done, just like that, guys, which is absolutely awesome. And he subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. That's very kind of you. Thank you. The once a wait quest has been completed, so that is also done. That's one of the things that we needed ticked off our to-do list as well. So what we're going to go and do is we're going to go over towards here. Oh my goodness, Taxon is complete as well. See, this is what I'm saying about the Foundry. Sometimes you can just queue things up and you can forget all about them. We have got our first companion. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to kind of show you more about companions. Okay, so the Heat Sword is over here as well. So we got one Neurode, we got the circuits, we got the polymer bundles, and we got the ferrite. It's going to be something that we can go ahead and get Marshy ranking out of anyways. Even if you don't really like the weapon, it's still worth building the weapon, because remember, you can go ahead and get Marshy ranking out of the weapon. You can get affinity out of the weapon. I can't even build it. Sorry, I can't even build it right now because I need to be MR3. I need to be MR3. So I can't even build that at the moment. And there's Gara as well. We've got Bolter over here. Well, this one I can go and get soon, which will be really good because this is actually a good gun to go and get. But we'll discuss that a bit more. I'm getting carried away. I'm excited. I'm excited, chat. I'm excited. I'm sorry. I'm getting all excited. I'm getting ahead of myself as well. So I apologize. Anyways, main thing is to go ahead and know right now, I can't build most of that due to it being, oh my goodness. I can't. Thank you very much for the support today, guys. Thank you. I can't build most of that because I'm not currently the Marshy rank at the moment. But what I can do, you guys ready? I'm excited. We have got our first companion. We have got Taxon. So companion slots you can go and find in your arsenal over here, and you can go and click companion, click equip. And there's different types of companions right now when you're new to the game. excuse me, right now when you're new to the game, what you'll see is that there's mostly these like robotic companions. Are there differences between them? Yes, there's some very specific differences between them. However, right now, Taxon is probably one of the better earlier ones for you to go and get, and he works very well with survivability. So we're going to go and equip him. And there are other things that you can go and get. If you are a dog lover, there are dogs in the game. If you're a cat lover, there are cats in the game. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of different companions that you can go and see, but we'll get to those just a little bit later. Right, so we're going to now go ahead and click upgrades on the companion, and we're going to have a little look. Now, what we want to go and pay attention to is going to be the mod underneath it is specific to the companion called Taxon. So can you see that? Taxon right there. This one is specific to this companion. This one is specific to sentinels, right? There are other types of companions. Like I said, there are beasts, cats and kubros and so forth. Kavats, which are cats, and kubros, which are dogs. There are different kinds of companions inside the game. But these mods will only go onto sentinels and onto, in this case, Taxon here. Okay. You'll also kind of notice as well, these currently cost 2, but when I put it in there, it only costs 1 as well. So we can go and squeeze that in. And this one actually costs nothing, right? So this will be a way for you to go ahead and make your sentinel attack an enemy. So let's go and talk about that real quickly. We want it to go and attack an enemy within 17.5 meters. However, we don't have a weapon equipped. So we do want to try and get a weapon equipped onto it. This one here is going to fire targets in the freeze targets in their track with the sentinel mounted ice beam. So this one actually does cold, but has a 3% status chance to go and proc the cold, which is a bit tough. Either way though, it can go ahead and do some extra attacking for me, which is fantastic, right? That's ideally what we would like it to go and do. Now, for anybody who cares a little bit about fashion here, I'm just going to go a little bit quicker, but you can go ahead and click on appearance, and at the bottom, I'm going to hide my camera real quick. At the bottom down here, you're going to click copy Warframe colors, and you can make it thematic to your Warframe. If you care an awful lot about fashion, you will get in the habit of doing this quite a lot when you get towards a bit later into the game. But right now, that's what we can go and do. Make it look a little bit more like my Warframe right now. Why not? Okay, there are different skins that you can go and put on them, make them look a little bit cooler and so forth. And then there's different attachments that you can go ahead and decorate with them as well. So feel free to take your time to go ahead and really look through all of the stuff that you have available and all of the other stuff that you can go ahead and get. Okay, just take your time with it and decorate how you want to. But for now, let's go and focus on those upgrades. So we can go ahead and get this in. Now, here's the thing. Although we can go and take this thing here called molecular conversion, this is specific to Taxon. Blast enemies within 10 meters, converting 50 of the damage into shields for the Warframe. So this is really good for survivability. Shields inside Warframe have something called shield gating, and I'm not going to go into that too much right now. I do have a video on my YouTube, which if you guys are currently subscribed to, you guys can always go ahead and check out. But basically, I'll put it this way for you guys to hopefully understand shields in Warframe a little bit easier. If you have even just one shield, and I mean just one shield available, if something hits you for 17 trillion damage, it absorbs it. We have something called shield gating. You might understand where I'm going with that. If you don't know what I'm saying by that, again, I do have a video if you want to go and jump into it, but I'll explain more about shields a little bit later, a little bit when we kind of go into modding for Warframes. I'll explain it more there, but let's talk about it briefly now. So anyways, this can help you by getting some shields to go and help you with your shield gating. From there onwards though, we have vacuum. Now, I stress this so much. This right here is one of the best things in the game. I don't care if you don't put any other mod on your Sentinel. I couldn't care. I care about this. This will, whenever you now kill an enemy and it drops loot on the ground, 6.5 meters away from you, it will now suck that loot up and it will put it into your Warframe and collect it. It's a vacuum. It's literally a vacuum. This is fantastic. We want to rank this mod as much as we can. But right now, I don't have an awful lot of capacity, so we can't really go and rank it. Remember, every time we go and rank up, because I'll be going over mods a little bit later, but every time we go and rank up, it's going to cost more and more capacity. Right now, we need to go and rank Taxon up, and then we can go and rank this up with it. Okay? Some of the other mods, repair kit, this can just go ahead and heal it over time. This is good. You can go chuck it in and regen. If it dies, it can basically come back alive, which is what we want from it. But it only has an X amount of times that it can do this. So just be a little bit careful, okay? But either way, let's go ahead and run the vacuum. Let's run the assault modes, and let's go ahead and run the Artax. Now, Artax shares mods with your Warframe. So depending on how your Warframe, like if I rank this up on Warframes, if I rank this up on weapons, this will also be ranked up here, okay? And then I can go and just slot it in and so forth. Can you see how this is ranked up? You get the idea, right? You get the idea. So right now, I can't really put anything in here. It's okay. Ideally, Serration would probably be the better thing, because if you're looking for damage, just put some damage in on it and it can do a bit more damage. But right now, we've got our companion. That makes me super excited because I have vacuum. Oh my God. I have vacuum. You notice it when you don't have vacuum, by the way. My goodness, do you notice it? We haven't gone into modern on... oh no, we have done a little bit here, but we'll go into that a little bit later. So... orders, please be quiet. I can actually go and mute orders, but for the sake of this gameplay, I'm not going to, because he will say some stuff that we can go ahead and listen to, which can be semi-important. So we go towards Earth again. We hover in Phobos Junction, and look at that. So far, good progress, chat. We have done once awake. We've done 150 Grenier, and we've done 500 Rubido. What we need to go and do now is get towards SUISEI on Mercury. So let's go ahead and click on Mercury over here, and bada bing, bada boom. Right. So we're going to go and take 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 missions, right, is all we need to go and do. Get those bad boys done, and we're looking lovely. From there onwards, I don't have to do anything on Mercury if I don't want to. I can just progress, and I will be doing that for the sake of the video. So let's go and start. From here onwards, it's just progression. Again, if there is any questions inside the live stream, please feel free to go and ask. If there's something that you'd like me to explain a bit more, especially if it's more earlier to Warframe, I'm always happy to go ahead and talk about topics. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going, guys, okay? Right, I'm going to use my Lato to try and rank up a bit here as well. Wouldn't mind a bit more damage on it. See that barrel? Sometimes you shoot that barrel, try and use it to your advantage if you want to. Oh, can you see this? This is fantastic. Look at this, guys. This is awesome. Well, there's some ferrite there. So watch this. See this enemy? Look at that. Look, I'm slowing the enemy down. Look at that. Oh my, wait, that's actually shredding the enemy. Look at that. Taxon doing absolute work right now. Sheesh. We've got an AFK build right now. There you go. And now you can just go to the shops. So Taxon's helping me out right now. I got a bit of a vitality mod, which is fantastic. Oh, polymer cases. See how I came just checking in this room to go and see if there is anything that I can go and grab. So Taxon's going to be helping me, doing a little bit of extra damage here. It's also slowing them down. Cold procs in Warframe, depending how many cold procs are applied to it. Look how slow this enemy's moving now. See that? Depending how many cold procs are on the enemy, depends on how slow they basically move. Because it's a beam as well, it's got like continuous fire rate on it. It's going to slow enemies pretty good right now. And we can help that out by also applying more fire rate to it, by applying more status chance to it. I will show you more about this a little bit later in terms of how we can mods. It just, again, it all depends. Do I have the mods to try and help you guys with? And do I have the endo to actually start ranking some things up? I think I'm okay if I don't have endo. Just use my third ability there because there was quite a few of them and I just wanted to go and clear it out. Remember, always try and loot caches and stuff whenever you go and see them, especially resource caches. So this is looking very good right now. Excellent. Take that guy down. I'll just leave that because it's kind of... Oh, no, I thought it was on my way. No, we don't care for that. So remember the sensor bars? Shoot a sensor bar and you'll be okay. I should actually try not to shoot a sensor bar. I'll show you guys what it's like if you... I'll show you guys what it's like if you don't shoot a sensor bar. God, back in the day, by the way, Excalibur didn't do that. So it's pretty cool. Oh, you see, he's popped the alarm, which means people on the tile set will now be aggravated and they'll be alerted to my presence. Okay? So, hang on, I'm trying to show you something. See this energy orb? Normally I'd have to run over it. But remember, I've now got vacuum. So if I go and do this, watch me get a little bit closer. 6.5 meters I need to be next to it. Now I'm pressing G on the keyboard to set waypoints. I don't believe I've actually discussed waypoints just yet, but waypoints can be set and it's a good way to also gauge how far something is away from you. So if you know that your ability only goes 20 meters and you're not too sure if an enemy is 20 meters or not, you can simply just mark the enemy and do that. So you see how this is like, this was like 6 meters away. I'm going to get a little bit closer. And watch this. It'll collect it. See that? That's vacuum. That's what that does. Okay. This is why you want to apply it onto your sentinels. Now, Kubros and Kavats do not have the mod called vacuum. They have a mod called fetch. F-E-T-C-H. So in case you're ahead of me on, in case you're ahead of my playthrough right now, or you've got a Kubro right now, you're looking for the mod called fetch. Okay. F-E-T-C-H. That's what you're looking for. Oh my goodness. Where's Prime Sure-Footed? That guy just destroyed me. He came out of nowhere. Hit me with the banhammer. Sorry, we're just going to kill these. Don't actually have... I should go ahead and put some damage mods on my Lato. I don't think I actually have anything on it. Some of these enemies can teleport behind you, which is going to be like these butchers. So just keep that in mind. Just kill these guys. All right, and we're almost done with the Exterminate mission. Kill these guys here. This Taxon is coming in very clutch right now. I'm really liking the damage that it's also putting out. Now, keep in mind, if you don't want your Sentinel to attack, since we're kind of still on the topic about Sentinels, if you do not want your Sentinel to attack, please do not apply the mod to your Sentinel called Assault, because that mod is making my Sentinel attack. The issue with that is sometimes the Sentinel will alert your... Let's say I'm trying to sneak by an enemy, and an enemy is right there, and I want to sneak past that enemy. My Sentinel will attack on sight, which means my Sentinel will hit the enemy and alert the enemy. That can be a bit problematic, okay? So keep that in mind. So if you don't want it to attack, go ahead and take it off. Also, if Sentinels do attack, they can be likely to be targeted, which means that the enemy might retaliate and shoot the Sentinel and not me. And if that happens, I can lose my Sentinel. If my Sentinel dies, then I lose the utility that the Sentinel gives me. Do you understand? It's not all of the case and not all of the time, but there's a better way for you guys to understand that. Sometimes you don't want Sentinels to attack. Sometimes. Right, so I got melee prowess, which is status chance, which is okay. And that's, look at this. I've got way more things going rank up right now. See all that? So I got my Warframe, I got my primary, my secondary, my melee, my exalted blade, which goes on my Warframe and only this Warframe. I got my companion and I got my companion's weapon. So I got all of these different things ranking at once right now. And because we got so many different things ranking, we have reached Mastery Rank 2. Now, every time I go and get these mastery ranks, I'm going to go ahead and do them right here, right now, because it's just quicker that I get them out the way. Okay? So although we are progressing through here, we're going to go and continue from mastery ranks. And again, guys, I do stress this as much as I possibly can. Do not panic and think that just because you don't do this test right now, that XP doesn't carry over. It always carries over. Okay? So if you're like, oh, do I have to do this right now? Like, any extra XP, is it being wasted? No, it's carrying over. Okay, so don't worry about it. Let's go ahead and click here. And remember, I explained this in episode 1, but again, in case you happen to just be tuning into episode 2, you can always practice this mastery test inside a relay, okay, by talking, going towards Cephalon Cimaris and going to the right. Go to a relay, fast travel to Cephalon Cimaris, and go to the right of him. There's like all of these things. I've showed it in episode 1. Feel free to go to the timestamp on episode 1 if you do want to go and see it. But just for the sheer sake of purpose and to keep the flow of the video going right now, just going to let you know that you can go ahead and practice. Always practice. See what you're up against first, okay? There are some mastery ranks that do catch you off guard, and there are some mastery ranks that a lot of people have failed before. And it's normally the exact same mastery rank that everybody's failed. Believe me. So, but right now, I know Mastery Rank 2 is completely doable for myself. I don't know what I'm doing within it. It's normally just a couple of kills here and there. So we're going to go with the secondary weapon and get some kills with the Lato right now. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let's have a little look then, shall we? Bosh. 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 Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's wave 1 completed. So this one needs to go and get 5 kills. Bosh. 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 There you go. We got the 5 kills. And then this last one should be either 7 or 9. Or it's 8. Bosh. Oh, bosh. Let's not talk about these misses, okay? There's lag. All right, there's lag in the game. It's not me. I'd never miss a shot. And just like that, wave 3 is completed, and I should just be good to go. And guys, we are now Mastery Rank 2. Fantastic. We want to keep climbing our Mastery ranks as much as we possibly can, okay? Trade and access, which is awesome. I can now trade other players as well. I didn't actually realize that was capped behind Mastery Rank. There you go. I actually didn't realize that. So I now got access to trades. Now, something that I do want to go and say here, trading in Warframe has changed from what it used to be back in the past. And what I mean by that is in order for you to trade, you actually have to verify your account. I guess this was a way to stop black market kind of promoters, or a way to go and stop bots. But for the most part, in order for you to go ahead and trade other players, you need to go and verify yourself. So what you want to go and do is head over to warframe.com, and when you are on warframe.com, you basically want to log in to your account. Okay, so I'm just going to pull this up here really quickly. You want to basically go ahead and log into your account. When you've logged into your account, I believe you go to your account settings, and when you're in your account settings, you basically want to verify. It will verify you with your email. Okay, so it's actually quite easy. It doesn't ask you every single time when you log in. You know how some verifications can do this, and it gets a bit annoying. I'm just going to be honest, but it's for your safety. Warframe doesn't be like, oh my goodness, you're logging in again. You know, verify yourself with this app and then confirm on this app that it's you, and then go and log in. Warframe doesn't do that. Okay, Warframe just wants to sync your account to your email. Make sure you're registered. You're all good to go. Now you can begin trading. Off you go. If someone else logs on your account, your email will basically notify you saying, hang on a second, is this you? Like someone's trying to do, and then hence the verification. So just to let you guys know that, okay, for trade and access. Otherwise, we got an extra loadout slot, which is fantastic because we want these loadout slots. I'll show you what to do with them a bit later. We got daily standard limits, which is fantastic because we want to go and rank up syndicates. We get to that, I think, MR3 or MR4. You got base mod capacity, which is also good because we need to go and up the base mod capacity whenever we go and do like Formas and so forth. And void trace storage. We haven't got to Relics just yet, but when we get to Relics, I'll explain more about that. Okay.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Okay, my chat's telling me that also when you click on the Mastery rank, there's also a practice button on the bottom right, and I didn't see that. I thought you had to go to a relay, so you can always click practice on the bottom right. So, Lotus, thank you very much. And Maru, hey there, Steel Cheeks. How do you know about my Steel Cheeks? You filthy. Famous, very famous Steel Cheeks I have, chat. It's kind of disturbing. Kind of disturbing. What I'm going to go and do now is I'm going to quickly head back to my Arsenal. And because I've been using my Lato just a bit more, I'm going to go ahead and just try and add on anything else that I can go and add on right now. I'm going to go and leave heat in here. So if I can go and proc heat, I get a little bit of extra damage over time. But we'll talk about these things a little bit later, okay? Since I can't get corrosive in here, I'm just going to take the little bit of extra heat right now. Heat does well against Grineer, and heat will also do well against Infested. We'll explain that a little bit later. Don't you worry, okay? Don't you worry. But now I'm just going to go and throw those on because it's going to go really well. And we're going to continue from where we left off, which is the rescue. Let's go. Should explain trade taxes. Yeah, I guess I could do that when I get to an actual trade because I will trade someone on the series so people can go and see it. We'll definitely get to that. Thank you for reminding me. Do you guys want me to show how trades work? I can do that right after this mission. Can I get like one person to... Oh no, because then, guys, I've got a verified account. I'll verify it after this episode and so forth. Right now, I'm just going to keep going because we're live and I just want to keep showing because, again, all of this is on VODs. Remind me, before next episode, I will verify this account, okay? And then we can go and do a trade. I can't trade if I don't verify. Now, guys, we are on a... We are on a rescue mission. All you need to go and do is rescue the target and get out. Okay, that is literally it. I believe we've already done a rescue mission before, so you guys should understand this. But before I do that, I've just realized where I am. And you see how, like, in rescue missions, sometimes I want to be a bit stealthy. Like in a spy mission, I want to be a bit stealthy. But can you see what my Sentinel's doing now? You see this? My Sentinel's actually kind of just hitting enemies. This is where I'm going to start showing you guys loadouts a bit more in a second as well. What I want you guys to go and pay attention to is these kind of things here. Can you guys remember when I was talking about scanning for particular plants and so forth? Now, in these kind of Grenier tile sets, see this is like an asteroid looking kind of tile set. You're looking for this thing here called Western Moss. Scan as much of this as you can. You'll need quite a fair bit of it, okay? Again, this is something that will help you down the line. You will... I'm hoping you'll thank me down the line, all right? But just try to remember, if you can find any kind of scans, they are pretty much set in majority of places, hence why I knew why that was there. So they are kind of set in majority of places if you just know where to look, but otherwise take your time. I'm just going to zoom across there.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm going to aim down here and then zoom down here like this. So they've alerted my presence right now, but in rescues that doesn't matter. See the polymer? I had to go back for the polymer. 164. Gee, we're rich, guys. We're rich. Polymer there as well. 58. Yeah, I was gonna say I was getting like 30s earlier, and then that one I got 164. It's a great amount of polymers to get. Oh look, see? Do you remember Deja Vu, right? Look where I am. Deja Vu. See that? Set. You'll get in the habit of being able to identify these, okay? Keep exploring tile sets. If you've never played a tile set before, what is a tile set if you don't quite understand what a tile set is? Tile set in Warframe is basically what you're looking at, right? Everything's kind of somewhat mostly randomized. Like most of the time you'll find things randomized. But in case it's not randomized, well, there's only a set amount of, you know, designs that they can basically implement. So you'll get used to seeing particular areas, and in those areas some stuff can be set, and then you'll get an idea like, oh, I've entered this area, oh, I know this is here in this area. So I mean, anyways, these are friendship doors. I think I explained this in episode 1, but friendship doors, if you play in a group, you need multiple people here. So I need either one person here and then one person there. Okay, if you're not in the group, it doesn't matter, just open the door. So we're inside this area. I'm going to start off by just jumping over here into the pipe. I don't think this is even the correct pipe to get into, but that's okay. Wardens are a little bit tankier to go and deal with. We're going to jump into this pipe. I'm going to break that. Remember, whenever I shoot my pistol, it's alarming. Enemies can hear that. But whenever I shoot with my bow, it's a lot quieter. So we're going to go and open this. There's no one inside. Just like my hopes and dreams, there was nothing. We're going to open this one. Bang, bang, bang. And there's our target right there. Hi. Right, so again, we don't pay attention to anything. We just leave. Whoops, we need to go and hack this. I think there is actually another way out, but whatever. We're just going to go and hack this for now. I told you the hay fever is going to kick in. I apologize. Forgive me for this. Hopefully the hay fever doesn't kick in too bad. As you can see, we're now just leaving. We got the rescue target. The mission doesn't really ask us to do anything else. So if there's no reason to do anything else, if you want to go ahead and loot for supplies, if you want to go ahead and look for Western Moss, whatever you guys want to go and do, explore the tile set and take your own time to go ahead and learn it, okay? I've learned this. I don't really need to go ahead and relearn it. I'm just going to leave right now, okay? Ignore all the enemies and we're out. Set 10 hostages free without triggering the execution timer. Very cool. Now, we also got these things here called Vapor Specters. I don't know if I've touched on Vapor Specters before, but let's go ahead and briefly touch on what a Vapor Specter actually is, what it does, and where you can go ahead and get it, and what we're going to be doing with it. So just give me a moment. As we come out the mission, I'll show you more about what an actual Vapor Specter is. I believe you actually have to build a Specter for one of the junctions. I can't quite remember if you do, but I'm pretty certain you do. So what are Specters? Specters are going to be a clone of your current equipped loadout. Does that make sense? So let's say that, yeah, you don't have friends. Don't worry, nor do I. You don't have friends, and you're looking for a little bit of support in your mission because you need a little bit of extra help. No worries. Okay, what you can go and do is you could basically build one of these, and it will copy your loadout, and then it can basically just use that inside the mission. So you'll basically end up going towards your gear, and you could put it in here with your gear. Oh, I got the glyph prism now. Oh, sugar. There you go. Got the glyph prism. So you can go and put it in here, is what you'll have as a Spectre. And they can come in handy. I recommend doing so. But again, if you change your weapons, so if I equip this, my Spectre will have this instead. If I equip this, my Spectre will have this. It's basically cloning what you have. So equip a loadout for yourself and off you go. So remember what I was saying? Let's go and do this. Remember what I was saying just for a second ago? Can you remember that my Taxon was attacking enemies, right? And it was doing this. And although I do like this, in some cases, I don't want it to do this. And since I don't have any other companions right now, I'm a bit restricted. But do I have to, every rescue and every spy mission, do I have to come back here and then click this and so forth and be like, oh God, I got to take this off. Now I got to put it on. Now I got to take it off. Now I got to put it on. No, what I can go and do is I'm going to go up here, default loadout. So the default loadout, we can literally just have it as a default loadout. That's fine, right? But what we can go and do is we can have this other loadout and we can call this one spy and rescue, right? Or we could just call it stealth, whatever you want to go and call it. That's fine. I'm going to double click it. And then over here, I'm going to make sure I have my bow equipped. But what I'm going to go and do is I'm going to go towards my Taxon and I'm actually going to take this out, right? It's now not going to attack enemies. So what I can then go and do is click on here, go back towards this one, and when I go and open this up, it is going to attack enemies. What just happened? Oh. No, it should go and attack enemies. Hold on. Hold on a second. What? Why is that not saving? Is it because it's deep? No, it can't be. Because you can rename this. You got 2 loadout slots. Am I going crazy? Oh, I am going crazy. It would be better that I have a different config. I apologize. I've realized what I've done wrong. This is why, and this is great that I can show you guys, in case anyone else does the same thing I do here, why I've gone like crazy. So on this config here, and this, they're technically exactly the same because not only are they exactly the same, but I'm using the same configs. Forgive me. So you see config A currently, so I could have this as like attack, and in config B I can have as stealth. Get the idea? So I'm just going to rename those. So on attack it's going to do this, but on stealth it's just going to do this. That's where I'd gone wrong. So now what I go and do is on the default loadout, I make sure I'm on this one, attack. And then on the other loadout, I can go over here and make sure it's always set to stealth. So now if I click over here and click upgrades, it will always be an attack. And if I go over towards this one and click upgrade, it's always on stealth. There you go. That was an accident. What I had done wrong there, but it's great. This is why I like to show this stuff, because I can't script this. I can't script it. It's good that you guys can even see that I made mistakes and I'm showing you how to correct these mistakes, okay? Basically, what I had done wrong, for anybody who didn't understand, was I kept the same config and I was altering it, which means it's altered anywhere and everywhere. That's basically how it works. If you want to, change your config, because then that way you can apply to config to different loadouts, okay? So that's what I had done wrong. That was my mistake. So we're good there. Now what we can go and do is we can go and rank up vacuum, and ideally I do want to rank this up, but I just don't have a tremendous amount of endo right now. But getting this ranked up is a really good idea. If you can, this is a mod that you want to rank up as early as possible. All right. Anyways, we're not going to go and use this one, but hopefully you guys can understand that. And why is this important, in case you're like, oh God, I've got to come back here and still do that? No. If you guys go up towards your navigation over here, and you'll be able to see down here, change loadout, click. I'm going to do a spy and rescue. I don't want my sentinel to attack. Oh, I need my sentinel to attack. Get the idea? You can literally just change loadouts right here. All right. So instead of you going all the way back to your arsenal, you can just keep going through the navigation and the star chart like that. And that's kind of how loadouts work. Hopefully that's a quick rundown of loadouts. I don't think I need to explain much more than that. But if you do want me to go and touch more into loadouts in a future episode, please go and reach out to me and say, could you explain more, or could you go and show me more about that? Okay, but that's loadouts for you. So where were we? Right. Mercury. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're on Mercury. So we're going to go do a capture mission. Capture missions are nice and fast. So this is really, really good. Really, really good. Oh my goodness. It's a very warm day today. Okay, awesome.
Vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Rightio then. So remember, in capture missions, there's not an awful lot to go and do. I want to get through this mission nice and quick. All I want to go and do is find the target, kill the target, capture the target, and extract. Now, something that even if the target goes invisible, I knew it was somewhere there. And if the target dies when it's invisible, you can still walk up to it and capture it whilst it's invisible. Okay? Now. Yes! Yes, I got it! I actually got it! I can't believe it. That's crazy. Sorry. This is the only time I never wanted this to happen. And it finally happened on stream and I caught it. I actually caught it. Okay. Let me explain to you what just happened. You see how my only goal was to go ahead and kill the target, then capture the target. I can now extract and leave. Lotus, your guidance, your guide within Warframe, decides to think, capturing one person isn't good enough. Kill everyone. She just goes crazy. Now, you've got to change your plans. Here's the thing. If you want to be a bit more efficient here, you ready? Just leave. Leave. Because it's still quicker for me to go ahead and rejoin again and recapture one target and leave than it is for me to now go and kill all of those other enemies that she wanted me to kill. So, sometimes, I'm so glad I got it, by the way. Sometimes when you do capture missions, they can turn into exterminate missions. It's not something you always want. Are there other missions out there that can also do this? I believe spy can also do this as well. I believe it's like if you fail too many spy rotations.
Target located. Bring them in.
See how okay, this is really good. I can explain what I just did there. You see how when it went invisible, I didn't know where it went, but I switched to a quick fire rate weapon and I started shooting randomly in the area just to see where it was. See how I did that? You can do that as well, right? Or just get closer and melee. So it goes invisible. Just try and find out where it is. It will also help you. So hopefully now I won't get it because the chance of getting it is quite slim. See that? Now we're good. So there is a chance that capture missions will basically go ahead and say, hey, we need you to, you know, take out all of the enemies. And my advice would be just leave because capture missions don't provide an awful lot of things. The only thing that you really want from a capture mission is the guy. And then as soon as you've got that, you just basically want to leave. If you're looking to train or do XP or whatever, do it in other missions. But as of right now, oh, there's a fragment there. Can you guys see this? These are called Cephalon fragments. These are very, very good as well. You basically want to scan these because at some point you're going to need to scan them as well. These are like lore that you can find. So in this case, I need to find 5 of these Cephalon fragments to complete Mercury's lore. So you see there's one here again. Look where I am. I also forgot to go and show you, but there's also one down here as well. So there's actually 2 in this area. Don't bite my head off. I generally had forgot. I remembered this one. I forgot about that one. But there's always 2 next to each other, okay? But you also want to go and get that Festive Moss. Right, so we're done here. Oh my goodness. Deja vu. I keep getting the same tile set. Like, there you go. They're here and then here as well. That's a lot of Festive Moss to go and get. Very happy with that. And then we can leave. Look at that. Would killing them be good to continue if you are trying to level up guns or anything? Or is it better to leave regardless? Ideally, there's better training methods. And great question, by the way. Ideally, there's better training methods inside the game. Now, here's the thing. You can play this game however you want to. You ain't got to listen to anything I'm saying here. So if you enjoy capture missions and you just want to kill enemies because you're just having fun and you would just like to kind of switch your brain off and just keep playing, go for it. If you want to be a bit more efficient, I'd advise not to do that. I'd advise to just go ahead and get out. If you're looking to train, if you're looking to go and train weapons, there's very specific weapon routes to train in. But at that point, if you're newer to the game, I'll just say, go do exterminate, go do survival, go do defense, go do those missions because you're more engaging in those ones. Whereas capture, it's almost just better to go and capture the target and basically just leave. All right. So this one here is a spy mission. So let's go and do the spy mission because, oh wait, actually, let's go and just double check. Do I actually need to do it? I do need to go and do the spy mission, okay? So this is gonna be great because this can help you guys learn. And then once I've done this mission, guys, we're on to Mars, just like that. All right, just like that. An hour in, and we're on to Mars. Ideally, I still want to get to Ceres as a planet by today, and I also want to talk more about Modern today. So I'm hoping that we can get to that. So your boy's got to be a little bit quicker here, and just try and get the job done. Okay. Now, Spy is actually really good for, like, XP. If you are looking to go and get some good affinity and kind of rank up, I think it's, like, successfully doing the Spy without triggering any kind of, like, alarm or failing anything, I think gives you a bit of bonus XP. So, we're going to do this. Hey, do you guys recognize this? What do we do? That's it. We jump on this. We look up. We jump up here. Yeah, you're getting it. Hopefully, you remembered that, okay? And just like that, we're here. Done. That one is great. So we already did that. And if you want to get back up, you can just jump on this if you want to. Look straight back up here. Bullet jump. And then you're back out. See that? In and out. And look, I got a rank up from that as well. We got a good amount of XP from not failing that. I believe, like I said, I believe spy missions can actually turn into exterminate missions. See how my Taxon's hitting things as well? Not great. I forgot to go and change my loadout, guys. There you go. So remember, have yourself a bit of a spy loadout. If you guys are newer to the game right now, actually, I'll walk through this. I can show you guys what this does. Look at my energy in the bottom right. Look at my energy now in the bottom right. You'll notice I actually don't have any energy. It's really important to break those sensors. They do something called magnetic proc. Now, magnetic damage is bonus damage to your shields, but magnetic proc, so magnetic element proc, again, we'll go over this, will actually drain your energy. So you got to be a bit careful there. You got to protect your energy. There are arcanes and other things going to help you bypass that stuff when you get a bit more further into the game. But for now, hopefully it gives you a better idea and a better understanding. Right, so let's go through. We just came into this section. We're going to go through here. I'm going to go ahead and disable this, which is great. So normally there's like a laser there. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to look over there. I'm going to bullet jump onto this platform. I'm going to open up the door. Oh, he saw me last seconds. So, unfortunately, he caught me last seconds as I was going in. So, look, I'm now timed. I've got 20 seconds to go ahead and do this in. Oh, my goodness. What's going on? This is actually good, though, because I wouldn't mind if this actually fails. I can go for this one. If this fails, this is fine, because I can show you guys that it doesn't matter if it fails. It's not the end of the worlds. That's okay, no worries. So basically what's going to happen here, for you guys who want to understand, is I'm not going to fail the mission because of it. So I got it open in the end. Just follow the route that I took there, in case you're wondering. Oh, wait, hang on. There's... One sec. I just realized these are all Eximus enemies. This is good XP. This is really good XP, so I should just kill these guys real quick. Kill those guys, go ahead and get the XP there. So what actually happens now? So this is where like rotations come in. And what happens if you technically fail like one objective out of 3? The rotations are I basically just won't get as greater rewards for completing this mission. That's basically how it works. So no, I've not failed the mission. We're still okay. I haven't failed C. I can go do it. But at the end of the mission, instead of me getting something called Rotation C rewards, I'm going to get something called Rotation B rewards. The reason for that is because there's technically 3 rotations here, A, B, and C. And wait, there's Endo there. See, this is Endo. And whenever the enemy drops Endo, you want to go and grab it. Pretty certain I can just go this way now. Is this the one with the jackal? Oh, this is interesting. How do I explain this? So I think it's like, if you want to go ahead and fight this thing, you kind of need to get caught. This is called a jackal. Actually, you guys should know. Oh, it's a lynx. Sorry, it's a lynx, not a jackal. This is actually really good for scanning, because it's like one of the only ways that you can go ahead and get a scan. If you're taking a bit of a completionist route, what you want to go and do is hit these like drones around it, in case this does happen to you. Wow, my Taxon is slowing this significantly. And the reason why I'm calling it jackal is because if you remember in episode 1, we actually took on the jackal. And like, look at that. I've got a sigil. Oh, no, wait, you can't see. One sec. Because I can't hide my thingy. But again, I could fail this and we could still succeed the mission. It's not the end of the world. But otherwise, we're all good. And we're good to go now. So if you see in the top right up there, you can see where I got something called the Lynx Sigil. So I think it's one of the only places to go ahead and get the Lynx Sigil. But it's a sigil that you can go and use as like decoration on your Warframe if you wanted to. But anyways, that's the spy mission. I'm actually kind of glad that I did fail that. There would be like a little bit of an ego with me right now, just being like, oh my goodness, I failed a mission. But also at the same time, I'm like, no, this is kind of good, because I feel like this is good practice. Like, it's nice to go and show what goes wrong as well. You know, I just show everything that goes right all of the time, then it's like when people do something wrong, they're going to be like, oh god, oh, you know. Whereas if I do things wrong as well, then A, hopefully it makes people feel a bit better. It makes me feel worse, but it makes people feel a bit better. But B, it's great because I can talk about like, oh, this has actually gone wrong, how do we correct it? Do you know what I mean? So I really like that. Okay, awesome. So we also got a lift relic out of that. I don't know if we've gone over relics right now, have we? I don't think so, but we can go over relics in a moment because we've now unlocked Mars, guys. Look at that. Here we go. This is the main thing to go and focus on right now. So, excuse me, in a moment, after the Mars Junction, what we're going to go and do is we can talk about a few different topics. One of them can be relics, and the other one can also be modding as well. And I feel like those are great topics to start teaching people as we get into the game right now, because we can open the game up quite significantly by helping them and explain what these things are. So also, you're going to get to go and see what it's like playing with other players, because I'm going to put myself on public and I'm going to explain why I do that. But for now, Mars Junction. Yes, awesome. Right, so we got towards the Mars Junction and we get all of these different types of goodies going on here. So let's go and click this. And let's get ready to fight. But what Warframe are we fighting? What Spectre are we going against? I have no idea. Who's Mars? Is it Excalibur? It's Loki with a Burston and he's got a Cronin. Can I? No, I can't. So you can't execute them. Excalibur used to be able to press his second ability and then just basically execute them with a sword, with like a melee. It doesn't look like he could do that anymore. But again, what you can go and do, just shoot from a distance, or go ahead and use your fourth ability if you want to, and take him down. Again, if you're on Volt, use your third ability, shoot through the shields. Every time you shoot through the shield, you get 200% crit multiplier. It's a lot of crit multiplier. No, you just need the crit chance to proc it. And if you're with Mag as well, Mag, I advise just go and press a second ability and then shoot in the bubble. Just shoot at the bubble. Wherever the bubble is, just shoot at it. And you get amplified damage as well, okay? But all three of the Warframes can deal with junctions very, very well, okay? They've all just got their own different methods. So we have done the Mars Junction, which means we're moving on to Mars and we're going to meet Lieutenant Krill. Also, does that mean we get to go to do Disruption soon? Because Disruption will be fun to play. Disruption will be really fun to play. But look at these goodies. Oh my goodness. They're gone. Never mind. Never mind. You just guess what the goodies were.
Operator, is that a...
Yeah, look at all the goodies. Right, we got the 15,000 credits. Orders, be quiet. We've got 50,000 credit. We got another Relics. So this is why I think it's good for us to go and talk about Relics. So we're going to be doing that just in a moment. We got the Fragor blueprints. We got a new weapon that we can go and get. 20% crit chance, 200% crit multiplier, a little bit of status and so forth, 200 flat damage, and it's an impact weapon. So that's going to be pretty cool. We got Iron Phoenix, which is a new sword stance, which is actually pretty good because I'm pretty certain we could put that on our Skana right now. And I can explain what sword stances are when we get towards that modification section. Void Relics, yes, so we can actually go over Void Relics. This is great. We also got Incubator Power Cores. I'll explain that in a moment. We got Heart of Deimos, which is the Deimos quest lines. Go ahead and access an open world. So we've done Plains of Eidolon. We never did Fortuna, so we haven't done Fortuna yet, so we will need to go back and do the Fortuna quest at some point. And we also got Archwing in Warframe. This will be interesting to explain Archwing to people. But for now, the Incubator Core and the Void... I might have to mute Orders. I'm sorry. Just he talks too much. That's all. Just I'm trying to teach my guy. I'm trying to teach. But the Incubator Power Core, this is something that you will need for Kubros and Kavats. This will help the cloning process. Remember that. If it doesn't mean too much right now, don't worry. We'll be introduced this again in a moment, okay? But otherwise, let's go ahead and check out the Void Relic segment, okay? So, Mars, awesome. Right, so what we're gonna go and do is we're gonna go down towards the back of our orbiter, and just back here you'll see this kind of floating cabbage, as the community likes to go and call them. You can kind of see why it's like a cabbage, but we're gonna install the segment. So, Relics. Well, let's see what it does. Does it introduce me to Relics right now?
Baffling concept.
So take your time to read this. I'll just kind of explain what Relics are though. Does it give me a quest or anything towards them, or are we just good to go?
This thing, or this thing, or this thing, but also...
Let's mute him. So we have got Relics. Wow. Okay. So let's explain Relics and what they do and how they go. So for anybody who's wondering, do I accept friend requests on this account? I do not. No, I don't need to. At least not now. Not right now. If you guys want to go ahead and open a Relic with me, anybody who's live in chat, you're more than welcome to open a Relic with me if you guys want to, because I'm going to go ahead and do a public mission in a second to show why we do it. So if you guys are interested, let me know if there's like 3 players who are interested, but I'm going to show people how to go and do this as well. So anyways, Void Relics, let's go and have a little look. So what are Relics? What exactly, why do we need them? What are they? What are they? Right. First things first, where do we get them? We get them from lots of different places. We get them as rewards from particular missions. We get them as rewards from mostly just missions, or we get them from rewards from particular rotations. So it could be bounties, it could be excavation rotation A. I know that sounds a bit weird when you hear me say this stuff, but Warframe has rotations. So Warframe School is back into... Question right now. Remember, Warframe Wikipedia. Let me go and just show you a little bit about rotations within Warframe. So, we're going to type in rotation here, okay? Mission rewards, right? Now, different missions have different rotations. I'm going to try and give you a bit of a rundown, but feel free to read this at your own time. Sometimes players will refer to A, B, and C as rotation rewards. Now, if you guys listened to me during that spy mission, I spoke about how I could get a rotation B, and then you might have been like, what was that? I talked about it briefly, but I didn't go into it. So let's go into it right now, because again, this will help you with other things. So the idea is, within Warframe, we use these kind of charts about A, B, C. You might hear us say A, A, B, C. You might hear us say A, A, B, B, C, 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 C. You might also hear us say A, B, C, 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 C. Welcome to Warframe. I know it's confusing. The idea is that when it comes towards particular missions, they're all going to be split differently depending on what you're doing. Okay? So, mission type on the left-hand side, reward criteria A, B, C. So for capture, the mission type is capture. The reward criteria is objective. So basically, capture the target, extract. There is no other rotation. When it comes to capture, this is why I'm saying you just capture the target and you just leave. There's nothing else you get from it. If you want to go and kill enemies, you want to go and loot the tile set, be my guest. But this is all you're getting from capture. You kill him, you capture him, and you leave. That's it, okay? So let's go and talk about other ones, though. So exterminate, objective, all enemies killed. Let's go and talk about spy. Number of data vaults hacked. If you get one vault, or the first vault, you go ahead and get A. You get a second vault, you get B, you get C. Do you see what I was saying? So it's like, I still got rewards. I just didn't get as many greater rewards because I didn't really go ahead. I failed one of the vaults. Does that make sense? That's kind of how that works. Now, the ones that you want to go and pay more attention to, which are the endless missions. So this is where it gets very, very interesting. Endless missions are a little bit different in terms of A, B, and C and how they work. Endless missions tend to have AABC pattern. Please remember this, it's quite important. If I was to do, here's to simple it down for you. If I was to do a defense mission and I did 5 waves in defense and I successfully did them and I left, I would do rotation A. If I did another 5 and I did a total of 10 waves and I successfully did those 10 waves, I'd get another rotation A. And you might see where I'm going. If I do 15 waves, B, and if I do 20 waves, C. What happens from here? If I do 25 waves, A. A, B, C. A, B, C. 20 waves, that's from A to C. So 25 to 40 waves, that's another A to C. Does that make sense? If you ever go and do a mission and you're playing public and you wonder why your team is leaving when they do 20 minutes of survival, 5, 10, 15, 20, because the rewards don't scale, but the enemies do. It's actually, and you're working harder, especially if you're newer to the game, you're working harder fighting enemies that are scaling when your rewards are not scaling. It makes more sense, and it makes more sense to be more efficient with you actually doing 20 waves or 20 minutes, leaving, and then coming back. So you reset the enemy level. In endless missions, where the mission can continue to go on until you leave or you can't go on, these missions are just A, B, C. Don't scale the enemies at this point. Just come out, all right? Go back in again. Come out, go back in, come out, go back in. There's no shame in doing it. We've all done it, all right? If you find that surviving 1 hour in a survival mission, you've got no issue and everything's still dying as quick as they did at 50 minutes as what they did at 10 minutes, then that's fine. Stay in, keep going. You clearly are not struggling. So you don't need to keep leaving and coming back and leaving and coming back. But if you find that at 50 minutes, you're not killing them anywhere near as quick as what you did at 10 minutes, you're redundancy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just leave. There's no shame in it. Your rewards are not scaling. So be more efficient with your time and work smarter than work harder. This is a great thing to go and utilize. Please go and use the Warframe Wikipedia. Go up here and click in rotation. This is how you'll learn it. Anyways, I'll leave that with you guys. If you need me to touch more on this in the future, let me know. But hopefully this will give you guys an understand. How do you know where to go and get your rewards? So we are currently on Relics right now. And this is where Relics can come in. So AABC, ABC, AABBCCC, CCCCCC. Relics can be tied to particular things that you're doing. Where do we get relics? From rotations, from mission rewards. Okay, you can also get relics from a few other areas, don't get me wrong. But for now, it's just better to realize that this is the main place where we go and get them. So if you go and do a capture mission, there is a chance for you to go and basically get a relic. Again, I could be more efficient with where to direct you to get particular relics. I'm not going to do that right now. If you would like me to do that, can you please let me know? But right now, I would much rather just tell you, look, that's where we get relics from. So what is a relic? A relic, if we click on them, is basically a container, or in this case, like a relic, that needs to be opened, right? We do that through fisher missions, which is what we're going to do right now. So just bear with me. But a relic has possibilities to go ahead and obtain any of these in here. Okay, and if you look, so remember Nell Lex, like if I click here, they're different. If I click here, they're different. Okay, there is currently in the game right now, depending on whenever you guys go ahead and join Warframe, it's currently 508 different relics. Yeah, there's a lot of relics in the game. Okay, these are your ways, and these are important because essentially these will be a way for you to upgrade your weapons. Now we get to weapons and warframes and companions, Archwings. Oh my goodness. Let's talk about what Prime is. Yeah, we got there. Twitch Prime, subscribe. Let's go and talk about what Prime is. In Warframe, you will go ahead and see that sometimes instead of somebody having Excalibur, instead of somebody having Volt, and instead of somebody having Mag, they'll have Excalibur Prime, they'll have Volt Prime, or they'll have Mag Prime. Now, I'm going to use those 3 Warframes because, again, we're new to the game, so I'm going to explain that. Excalibur Prime you can't get right now. It was tied to Founders, which was a contract and so forth. Just if you picked Excalibur, unfortunately, you can't get Excalibur Prime. You can get something else, but I'm going to kind of leave that to you down the line. Unfortunately, no, you cannot get Excalibur Prime. Okay, you get something that no other frame basically has. There's your teaser, okay? Keep playing. Don't worry, Excalibur players. They still got you covered. Anyways, Mag and Volt, you get something called primes. You can also get primes of weapons. So instead of seeing things like Paris, you can see things like Paris Prime. Essentially, what are primes? Imagine them. Rule of thumb, because I know someone's going to be picky. Rule of thumb. Imagine primes being one of the, if not the better version of that genre of thing that is accessible. Does that make sense? So there are other types of other things in the game, and this is where it gets so confusing, but I will give you a list just so that you can understand what I mean by this. Here's a visual aids. There is an MK1 Bratton that exists in Warframe. This is a primary Bratton. There is also a Bratton. Now the Bratton is better than an MK1. MK1 is basically new player stuff. Okay, I have an MK1 Paris. There's also a Paris. Okay, there's an MK1 Bratton. There's a Bratton. There's a Bratton Vandal, and there's a Bratton Prime that currently exists in the game. There could be more Brattons down the line. Who knows? Each and every single one of these Brattons, there's a Bratton Incarnate. Oh my god, Bratton was the I shouldn't have picked Bratton. Each and every there's a reason why this is bracketed. Please ignore this just for a second. Okay? I will explain this in a moment. I can't believe I've done this to myself. This was a terrible idea. Each and every single one of these weapons will give you mastery rank if you complete it from level 0 to level 30. Okay? They will all give you mastery rank. Every single one. So yes, you should end up acquiring all 4 of them because you can get a total of 3, 6, 9, 12,000 mastery rank that will go into your mastery rank in here. So 12,000, that would get me a level. If I had all 4 of those and I ranked all of those from level 0 to level 30. Okay, remember that. However, ideally, if I had to, I would actually, once I've ranked this, I would just, if you want to, you can sell it. You can get rid of it. And if I rank this, you could basically sell it and get rid of it. But how do I actually get Bratton Prime? You get the idea? You see where I'm going with this? Yeah, I know. It's a lot to kind of go ahead and explain and where we're going and so forth. But basically, this is what you're going to be doing. So, oh my god, I actually have Bratton Prime here. That is so weird that I was talking about that. So look, here's a Bratton Prime receiver. The idea is that what I could go and do is I could type up here and type Bratton. And oh my god, okay, maybe it's not as rare as I thought. But I'm basically looking for Bratton Prime. So Bratton Prime, if I now show you the stats on that, look at the crit chance. Crit chance 12%, status 26. Remember 12, remember 26. You got that? 12 and 26. Let's go over here. 12 and 26. This is 12 and 6. So as you can see, Bratton Prime is better than Bratton. So I would always just want the Prime. This is what primes are in Warframes. Yes, you can get Prime Warframes as well. So you can have Vault and you could have Vault Prime. Ideally, it will just give you maybe like more sprint speed or give you more shield or whatever. They're not so urgent to get primes. But here's the reason why I tell you this right now, and the reason why I want you to always make sure that you do go ahead and get primes. When you get primes, you'll start to go ahead and kind of learn this thing right here in modding. We will have to get to that in a moment because I've still got relics to go ahead and teach you, okay? And we will be going over modding today. But basically, you will use this on primes basically always because, like I said, rule of thumb, primes are kind of your best in slots, okay? Rule of thumb. There are some situations where, for example, Bratton Vandal might be better at crit chance than Bratton Prime. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, and I'll quickly touch on Bratton and Carden really quickly. Bratton and Carden is very different. This doesn't give you Marshy ranking, but it's the best Bratton that's available in the game. And unfortunately, it just came out, and I realized that I haven't helped myself. If you're a new player, please ignore this, okay? Don't worry about it. But in case you hear of it, yes, it's the best version of Bratton that you can basically get, okay? It's like an adapter. You install it into something to basically bump it and buff it and make it better. I'm sorry, I probably shouldn't have picked Bratton. I should have picked like Paris. Actually, no, Paris has a... Paris has an Incarnate Genesis. I can't believe this. Karak. I should have picked Karak. There's Karak Wraith, and there's Kuva Karak. Oh my god. There's Boltor. There's a Boltor Incarnate. Oh my goodness. Chat, help me out. I'm struggling. Leto? Lex? I can't think of a single goddamn gun that people... Oh my god, Warframe's changed so much. Burst... No, I can't say Burston. Heck? No, because then I have to explain Kuva Heck. Don't worry, forget it. Just my point is, there's different versions of different weapons, and yes, they also give you mastery ranking. I'm so sorry that might have been confusing. Yes, welcome to Warframe. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I would normally teach this way. I would normally teach it like this, but I can't. Yeah, what up, Taya? I normally teach this, but I can't. It is what it is. Anyways, let's continue from where we left off. So, what are relics? Relics are a way to go and get your primes inside the game. Now, please keep in mind, when I go ahead and use this relic, I can get any of these 6, but it works as follows. These are your commons, these are your uncommons, and this is your rare. You can change your odds of how this works, but you need something called Void Chasers, which I'll show you how to acquire in a moment. But if you hover over this, look at the bars, pay attention to this bar in particular. See that? So if I click on this Radiant, the uncommon becomes common, and the common becomes an uncommon. Do you see that? And there's a bit more of a chance of a rare over the uncommon. So ideally, if I wanted to try and get these 3 over these 3, I would basically go and do this, click it, and it would do something called Radiant. You will see this, and you might hear this a lot inside Warframe, Radiant Relics. Okay, Radiant Relics are basically the relics that you want to infuse with Void Tracers in order to go and bump it up and get a better chance of doing it. Okay, I don't have any Void Tracers. Let's go get some Void Tracers. But right now, what are relics? Here's a quick recap. Forgive me if I've kind of rambled a lot right now, because that was a lot of information to take in. We were in school mode right there, okay? Thank you guys for listening. I hope you guys can follow me with that. But anyways, relics are going to be your way to mostly acquire upgrades towards your arsenal, your weapons, your warframes, your companions. There's a lot of different things. If you just click on the relic, it will tell you what you can get a chance of getting. Don't worry. You're guaranteed one of these 6. It's not like, oh, you open a relic and you get nothing. No, but let's go and show you how to actually open a relic. And we're going to do that as well by also showing you how to play public. So right now, let's focus on, do you know what? Just for the sheer sake of it, let's try and get Bratton Prime. Actually, is there anything else? One second. Ignoring Cardans, because I'm not going to be able to get in Cardans. The Formas would be good, though. I could really use that for the mods. The modern series. I'm actually going to take a Forma. I'm going to use this for the modern section of the series. I think this is really important to show people how to use Formas. I'm going to go for these later, but I'm going to go for this. Right. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to change my solo into public. This now means what would happen is if I was to now click on a mission. So I'll get to this in a second, but if I now click on the mission, I'm now joining random players. I might be the host, or I might just be joining a session that's already going on, okay? But that's basically what's going to happen. However, through the power of streaming and being an influencer, if there's anybody in chat right now that wants to join me on a Relic mission, please go ahead and send me a whisper. You guys know how to whisper, so just send me a whisper right now and you guys can come join. So my number's up there. Just send me a whisper. Oh shit, hang on. I don't even know if you can.
A new quest is available in your codex.
Oh, you can? Okay, that's cool. They can send me whispers. So what's going to happen here, I'm going to show you guys how to invite people as well. Okay, that was a lot of people. Okay, so we got a few. Okay, that's a lot of people. They're all trying to get in. Okay, so quite a few people here. So what's going to happen is if you get a message from a friend, and if you want to know how to whisper a friend, it would look like this. You would do /W, and then you would put username here, and then you would put message here. You don't actually have to copy that exact. What I'm saying is do /whisper, then put their username in, then go ahead and send your message. So for example, it could be /NoSympathy. Man, you're hot. Never mind. You get the idea. Just you can go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and see some here. So let's go and click invite. I'm sorry that I can't get all of you guys in. I should have got Chaos in. Chaos, bear with me. I apologize. So I'm going to send an invite. He now joins. I'm going to send an invite. He should hopefully go and join. And I'm also going to go and send an invite, and hopefully he joins as well, right? Awesome. So I now have a full squad. Everyone else, I can go ahead and leave there as well. Thank you, Chaos. Chaos is dope, man. I can also go and click this button. Whoops. I can also go and click. If I can drag and move my window, I can also go and click this button if I just want to go ahead and see like everybody inside my party here. So this is now we're in party chat. And as you can see, I've got a team up here, right? So they just got to go and chill right there. You guys can run whatever you want to. Just don't absolutely blitz every single little thing, because obviously I'm going to try and, you know, try and explain a couple of stuff if I can. No Sarens, please. No Sarens, all right? Because we're just trying to show people what it'd be like. If you want to, you can flex on a second Relic run if you really want to. Okay, and then you can nuke everything, and I'll show you what a new player experience is really like. God forbid anybody who didn't see Ember World on Fire. So we're just going to go and jump in. And if you hover over your friends here, this is actually a new option, by the way. You can literally hover over them and click add friend. So it's a lot easier to add people this way now. This literally came out today, which is actually interesting. But what you can go do is you can go and click show profile, and I can actually see what they've done in the game. I can see their equipment, and I can go and see like, oh, what have they used and what are they using, their stats. I can go and have a little nose, so I can see all this stuff as well. I can also see in order, the way that this works, I can see their Warframe, their aura on their Warframe. We haven't got to that yet. We will get to that shortly. I can see their primary weapon. It would be secondary weapon, but this is a melee. So it'd be primary weapon, secondary weapon, melee, then companion. Okay? And then from there onwards, does anybody have a dragon key? No, no one's got... Yeah, he's got dragon key. This is like miscellaneous. I know it's a lot to go and take in mind, but basically I can see their loadout just by hovering over them. And once you start learning these names, you'll know what they're running. Okay? So just get yourself used to that. So I've got myself a team. Hello. I've got myself a team. And now what we're going to go and do is we're going to do our first Relic mission. Okay, so we're going to click up here. We're going to click Void Tracers. Now, these are going to be specific to Relic missions. Okay, so let's go ahead and do capture. So normally in capture, we would just capture the guy and leave. Here's a great way to show you why we won't be doing that. So let's go ahead and click here. I can also show you what it looks like on the map. So you see this symbol here. If I click on this symbol, can I move my chat real quick? There we go. I can click on this symbol here, and then it shows me I can either do a normal capture mission, or I could do a Relic, a Fisher mission. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the Fisher mission, and now I have to select the Relic. So what were we looking for? I'm going to type in Forma. If these guys can hear me, could you guys also run something that has a common Forma for me, please? Just so that I can cheekily squeeze a Forma on my stream. Maybe that's kind of a streamer benefits right now, but I want to try and help people with modding. So I'm going to try and go for a Forma. That's what I'm going to look for right now. So I'm going to equip this relic. And don't worry about like saving onto your relics or storing your relics. At the end of the day, you're going to need to open them up and acquire things inside the game. So just go ahead and do so and everything as well. This will be good as well because I can actually trade someone after this. I will actually trade Chaos Painter, which is another one of my viewers right now. I'll trade him after this. Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. I'll do it on next episodes. I forgot. I was wondering why I couldn't trade earlier, but I can't right now. Watch no Forma. Oh, why is it cancelled? Did I just cancel that? I might have just cancelled that. Right. Just give me this one will do. So if you click this button here, you will force start the mission. When it comes to relic missions, don't force start them. Now, why am I doing this inside the group? Ideally, you want to be playing solo, right? Okay, well, here's the thing about relics. Can you guys remember when you saw my relic? There's a chance of me getting 1 out of 6. There's a chance of me getting 1 out of 6 different rewards. But the thing is, when someone else opens their relic, they also have 1 out of 6. You might see where I'm going with this. If I get the 1 out of 6 that I already own, or I don't want, I can actually take their 1 out of 6. You'll see this in a moment. For now, let's just get straight into the mission. So what we're going to go and do is on the left hand side up here, we're going to see enemies transform, hopefully, and they will die. So these golden enemies will drop this thing here. It's called reactant. So we're going to basically collect this reactant until we have 10 of them, is what we're going to go and do. So you see this reactant? You're going to pick this up, and this, see how there's like enemies spawned in there? So we're going to, bosh, there we go, nuke all of those guys. We're going to basically collect until we have 10 reactant, okay? Sometimes in some missions, you need to slow down. You're going too quick, okay? You need enemies to spawn in and take it whenever they can go ahead and take it. There's a Cephalon fragment down there. I explained what this is on stream. I'm not going to collect this right now, but I can show you what it is again. You guys remember this? Yeah, you can go ahead and scan those if you really want to. I'm not going to, but you get the idea. You can go and scan those. Now, this is what it's like playing inside a mission. Everyone's going to kind of spread off and kill different things and so forth. So I'm just going to go around and collect all of this. And don't worry, you know, if you find yourself like not doing anything at the beginning of Warframe, you can kind of embrace that journey because at some point you're going to get so strong that you're going to end up killing everything and you're going to be carrying people. Okay. There we go. Now I have cracked the relic. This now means so long as we go ahead and capture so we did a capture mission. So as long as we capture the guy, our objective is done. If we did an exterminate, we need to kill people. If we do a spy, we need to go ahead and hack the spy terminals. You get the idea? But now that we've done this, what we can go and do is we can basically extract. We've done the mission objective. We can go ahead and leave. And now what's going to happen is you're going to see all 4 of us are going to have a different relic reward at the end. Okay? So let's get in here. There we go. Okay, so none of us got Formas. That's okay. But what I would go and do is I would hover over them and you're looking for, you see ducats at the bottom there? So it's 15, so forth. We're going to click on this one. See that icon as well? This is a rare thing and I can get more ducats for it. Let's explain what ducats is in a moment. But either way, Harrow is a Warframe. Harrow Prime Neuro Optics is a portion of Harrow that I need to go ahead and slowly build towards Harrow Prime. This is where it gets better, okay? So this is how you are upgrading your Warframes from normal ones into better ones. We didn't get the Forma, so I'm going to do another run here. And do you know what? For the sheer flex of it, guys, just bring your best stuff. Just bring your, just flex. It's okay, go for it, all right? Because again, it'll give you guys more of an idea what it's like playing with veterans and playing with people who've been around for a while, have their best builds, who could just nuke things. I'll be surprised if I can even get a kill. If I get a kill, these guys are doing something wrong. So I'm actually challenging them right now. Don't let me get a kill. Okay, do not let me get a kill. Just take your best stuff and nuke everything. You'll see what it's like being inside a group. So when you do start playing with people, this is what it will be like within Warframe. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, let them get corrupted as well. Don't go too quick. Because we want enemies to get corrupted, and the enemies only get corrupted if you kind of slow down a little bit. All right, so you don't want to kill everything straight away. So as they're like gearing up right now, we got Titanium. Oh my god, yeah, I'm not gonna stand a chance. They're on Titaniums. I'm actually not gonna stand a chance. This build is gross. I actually have this build on my YouTube channel. If you guys are interested in a Warframe build and you guys want to go and see a low tier Warframe build, this video is actually up on my YouTube channel. If you guys are interested to go check it out, it is a very gross build. Anyways, let's go ahead and click on capture again. So remember, all we got to go and do is capture the target, and let's try and see if we can get ourselves a Forma. So I'm going to click on this one and try and get the Forma. Also, if we type in, was there any of these for Harrow? So what I could also go ahead and do is see, there's Harrow there as well, and I actually have the Harrow Prime Nora Optics. So I can get Harrow Prime Nora Optics, Harrow Prime Blueprint, Harrow Prime Chassis, Harrow Prime Systems. I can actually build a Harrow Prime Warframe. Not too bad. So let's go ahead and click on this and click OK. So we're going to do another mission right now. If there is any questions about Relics, please go ahead and ask away right now. Did I miss anything? Is there anything that you guys would like to go ahead and know? If not, after this one, I think we're relatively done. I might have lost my train of thought. I can't remember if I lost my train of thought. But the reason why we play with multiple people when we do Relics is because there's more of a chance of getting greater rewards. And sometimes, let's say Harrow Prime Nora Optics shows up again, and it was mine. I've got it. I don't need it again. Do you know what I mean? So I might as well go and take someone else's. Now, I didn't explain ducats, and I kind of go ahead and explain ducats really briefly. So we'll talk about that as well. So off they go. There's Titania's. Nice and quick. And yeah, I can't even draw my bow by the time they've killed the target. Yeah, they just melt. So I'm just gonna kind of trickle along. So what's also good about this, in case you guys feel like that you might, so there's the objective, they've captured him. What's actually interesting about this is, although you might be feeling, oh, you're doing nothing right now, but you're also going ahead and getting affinity. So even if they're killing, I'm still getting XP. I'm still part of the group. Okay, so don't feel like that you're completely useless. But yes, this is what it would be like playing with a full veteran team. I'm not going to be able to outrank them in damage right now. I'm not quicker than Titania either. She moves very fast. So we've technically opened up the Relic right now. We've all got our traces. If you look on the right-hand screen, you can also see what it's like playing with other players. You can see their health bars. You can see what they're running. All of them are running Titania right now. You can see that they've all got 10 reactant as well. See my reactant on the top left? I've got 10. They've got 10. So long as everybody's got 10, then you want to leave. If you don't have 10... killed an enemy. I killed an enemy. These guys suck. They didn't see it. I killed an enemy. I can ban all of them. It doesn't matter. You're done. You're done. You guys let me kill an enemy. You suck, all of you. There you go. Anyways, let's go ahead and open up our rewards. And there's a Forma. Awesome. Oh my god, there's Harrow Prime. I have to take a Forma because I'm going to show this for modification. Otherwise, Harrow Prime would be here. Now, at the bottom, can you see where it says ducats? Always try and get the one that gives you the most amount of ducats as well, okay? Even if you have it and you have all 4 of them on the screen, try and take the most amount of ducats. Now, what are ducats? Why do I keep saying ducats? What does that even mean? Ducats are a currency that you will use for a special trader called Baro. Currently in Warframe, he shows up bi-weekly. That means once every 2 weeks. He turns up on Friday and he leaves on Sunday. You can find him inside a relay. Every time that he turns up, he will send you an in-game message saying, "Ah, it is I, Baro." He will always go and send you a message so you'll know when he is there. And again, he'll turn up on Fridays and he will always go to relays. So he goes to the different relays. Sometimes he goes to Earth. Sometimes he goes to Mercury. Sometimes he goes to whatever the other one is. And then sometimes he goes to Pluto. I have forgotten where the other relay is. Is it Saturn? Oh, it's Cyan. Of course I didn't forget it. I know everything in this game. So he could go to, so there's 4 relays currently. I don't know, is there another one? Did I miss one? There's 4 relays inside the game. So just look for these relays and he'll go to these relays. So ideally you want to try and unlock Pluto because sometimes he could turn up at Pluto. Okay. But he's a trader. He's there for the weekends, Friday to Sunday, and you basically sell primes to him. imagine like kind of trading another player for, not for platinum, but you're basically selling prime parts to him, and he's going to give you ducats as a reward, and then you use those ducats on him to go ahead and buy things like prime mods or other things inside the game. So if you sometimes see those mods, those like big white mods called like prime this. So if you go and see like a mod like this and you think, how do I get that? Where do I get that? He's the trader that you trade with to go and get it. You can also trade with other players if you have platinum, and you can buy it off them. And remember, I've covered platinum in episode 1. Platinum is a currency that you can acquire inside the game, or you can spend real life money to get it as well. Okay, it's not a pay to win system because you've still got to rank the mod up. So yes, I can go and buy it off another player, but if it's not ranked up, then I've still got to go and rank it up, and then I've got to Forma my builds to make sure it fits. And okay, so don't worry about it. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate that. And you guys helped me get a Forma as well. So thank you guys very much. So shout out to these lovely people and everyone else who also responded here as well. Thank you guys for responding. I appreciate it. GG's. GG's. So if you do want to go and leave a group, just simply hover over your name and click leave squad right here. Okay, and that's what it's like being inside a bit more of a public experience. If you guys would like me to cover more public experience in the future, I can go ahead and do so. And if you've got too many chat windows up and you don't want to see too many chat windows, you can literally right click it, click close all, or you can go and add them as a friend, or you can go check out their profile, or you can click invite. Whatever you want to go and do, you can go and do it. I'm going to click close all so I can go and see my chat boxes, which is nice. And I'm going to go and hide this for now because we no longer need that. Right, where were we? We had done relics. Okay, so hopefully you guys now understand relics, and remember about those void tracers. Look, we're slowly building them up. So void tracers can be acquired in quite a few different ways, but one of the better ways to also go and acquire a void trace as well is that any one of these 6, if I get like this right here, this Forma, and the team that I'm with also wants the Forma, if they also select my rewards, I also go ahead and get void tracers. But otherwise, you'll just slowly build up void tracers over time and try to get 100, because then you can upgrade your relic and change the overall frequency of how rare these are and how common they are. So you're just basically messing around with RNG. End of the day, though, I'm going to be honest with you. Don't panic too much about being like, oh God, in order for me to get the best returns, I have to radiant this. No, it's 50-50. You either get it or you don't. Don't worry about it, all right? You have no idea how many times I've radianted something. I've radianted like 20 relics, and I still didn't get what I was after. RNG, baby. Welcome to Warframe. It is what it is. Anyways, hopefully you guys understand relics. Hopefully you guys understand fishes. Hopefully you guys understand how to open them. And do go and keep in mind, there are quite a few different types of relics. There's Lith, there's Meso, there's Neo, there's Axie, and there's Requiem. I am not going to go into Requiem because you don't need to know that right now. That would be in a future episode, okay? But these other ones you will come across more commonly in your time through the star chart by just playing, okay? Don't worry, you will slowly go ahead and acquire them. Not all relics are obtainable. I will go ahead and say this right now. I believe, yeah, if I press tab on this, drop sources, this relic is in the Prime Vault. Not everything is accessible inside the game at the same time. This is probably the last thing that I think I can go ahead and cover on it. So just keep that in mind, all right? The Prime Vault is a bit of a different thing to go ahead and explain, but basically once every, I think it's like 3 months, they try and bring relics back into the game. So it's, imagine like player retention. So they keep your interest like every 3 months or 4 months or something. They basically go and do a different Prime Vault. So relics will come back and relics will change and new stuff is this and this and that and so forth. So it's kind of like a rotational thing. But if you just press tab, can I access this relic right now? The answer is no. How would I get this relic right now if I still want these parts? I can either trade a player for these parts, or I could trade a player for the relic and I can just open it. If you take the relic, you're basically gambling what you get, or you could just trade for the parts themselves. And then that way you're guaranteed what you're getting there. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So that should be Void Relics. Hopefully that gives you a quick rundown. I say a quick rundown. I think I spent ages on that, but hopefully you learned quite a few things there, and hopefully I can timestamp all of that part as well. So let's continue from where we left off. I said that we would talk about relics, and then I said that we'll talk about modding. Let's just go ahead and continue a little bit more through Mars, and then we'll get to modding, and I'll sit on modding to give you guys basic modding understanding, but I wouldn't mind a bit more endo. So let's continue onwards. I don't think I'm going to go ahead and get towards series at this point, so it is what it is. Anyways, Exterminate. Let's go. But I did go and get a Forma, which is great, and I can try and show people more about Formas, but I don't have neural sensors, and I don't think I'm going to get a neural sensor anytime soon, so I can't really do anything about Formas right now. What do I get on Mars? Gallium and stuff, right? I think so. I'm just going to go a bit quicker, so I'm going to use the MK1 Paris here. And let's keep going. Again, if there's anybody who's live in the chat who has any questions, feel free to go and ask away. And I'm going to continue to echo this as much as I possibly can. If there's anybody who is currently watching this series on the VOD right now, so if you're just clicking on the video, please go ahead and keep in mind, please go ahead and ask questions. If there's any point that I've gone over right now, then let me know. If there's any kind of things that I've gone over right now that you guys would like me to touch more on inside the comment section, please let me know. Okay, but otherwise I'm just going to keep playing and try and keep telling you guys what I'm looking for, why I'm doing it, and how I'm doing it. So Ruck's Claw, this is one of the plants. We're going to go and scan it. All right, this is kind of your Mars plant. So whenever you go and see that, that's the plant you're looking for on Mars. Okay. But with a bow, I can be a bit stealthier here and stop them from being aware. Oh, I just got a heated charge. That's fantastic. That's really good to go and get. I'm going to bring up another website in a second to help you people, lovely people, about drops and percentages. So I'll be showing that in a moment. So remember that heated charge, because I'm going to end up showing you a drop website that I'm going to see just how rare was that mod. What was the chance of us actually getting that mod from that enemy? So I'm going to have a little look. There's a Ruck's Claw there. Lovely, lovely. Got you. Now, if a weapon has punch through, see that? I got the kill. If a weapon has punch through, you can punch through a door like this. I think this is something cool that I can go and mention. See that enemy there? I'm going to mark it. Okay, that marker did not help, but I know it's somewhere here. So watch this. Got him. So yes, punch through can go through doors and so forth. That can go and work to your favor. Could I punch through something like this? No, because that's kind of like an actual out of bounds kind of tile set, so it won't work like that. But otherwise, you can see what punch through does in the game as well, and it's fantastic that I can use that to my advantage. So this MK1 Paris is doing absolute work right now. We might actually be able to go and get this MK Paris to level 30, which would be fantastic because it'd be dope to go and get our first level 30 weapon. I was stopping them from getting the alarms so far. Oh, no way. You hate to see it. But again, it doesn't matter too much. If the enemies are alerted, it's not the end of the world. If anything, it's good because I want the enemies to kind of find me and stop hiding. So I'm done there. That's my Exterminate mission done. I don't need to overly stick around right now. I can simply leave. And that's what we're going to do. Am I using excavators? No, I don't have excavators on me. Would you like me to cover excavators? You could mention resource drones. They are rather neat for new players as they reduce a bit of the early grind. Would you guys like me to resource drones as in like excavators? Do you want me to go on about that? I can go over it if you guys would like me to. So heated charge. Let's go ahead and talk about this real quickly and bring this up. So this is another one of my Warframe websites that I like to go ahead and use, and it's called Warframe Drop Data. So I'm going to leave this up on the screen. At any point, feel free to go ahead and pause the video. Okay. There we go. At any point, feel free to go and pause the video and literally just copy what it says there. Drops.warframestats.us and then slash and kind of hashtag here. Okay. What is this? So can you guys remember this mod? Heated charge. What I'm going to do, I'm going to type it in here. Heated charge. Let's say I needed this mod and I knew the name of this mod. So I'm specifically looking for this mod. Where do I get it? Where do I get this mod? Let's type it in here. What we can go and do is have a little look. Now, I killed an enemy. Let's find out. Yeah, I thought so, chat. I thought it was low. There it is. That's why I wanted to bring this up. There was a 0.33% chance that I got this mod. That's basically what just happens. It was so rare that I just got this mod, but I managed to go and get it. Even if it was the Arids, it's fine. It's still 0.33 regardless. Oh, Arid is on Mars, isn't it? So it is Arid, forgive me. Yeah, so Arid is on Mars. So yeah, it was very, very rare that I just got that. But hey, wonderful. RNG was in my favor. So this can be really cool if you're looking for particular things. This doesn't cover everything. It may not cover mission rewards. It may not cover things that are hidden inside lockers, stuff like that. For example, I believe if I type in power drift, don't worry if you don't know what power drift is, but you can see it doesn't come up. So it doesn't cover every single mod in the game, but it will cover an awful lot. If you don't want to use this website, there is this one. I'll leave it on screen there if you really want to go ahead and copy it. But this one is just basically this one compressed. So this one is more, oh, wait, hang on. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, no, I was just double checking. But then this one is basically just this one compressed. Otherwise, I could just go and type in here heated charge. And as you can go and see, I can still filter for it. But it's just a much bigger kind of list. But it's on screen there if you really want this one as well. It's up to you. But I would much rather go ahead and advertise this one, even though I'm more familiar with this one. This is what I use for my drops. But I encourage people to go and use this. Just very user-friendly, okay? But anyways, it was very rare for me to go and get that. I'm glad that I got it. Awesome, lovely jubbly, right? Let's keep continuing. Oh, you guys would like to go and talk about... Okay, let's go and talk about this then. Give me 2 seconds and I can explain this because I think they've asked a very good question. I don't think I get excavators at the current moment, do I? I think I get... Do I get it as a blueprint later? Guys, I think I get it as a blueprint later. I don't think it's something that I get straight off the bat. Oh, no, I do. Sorry, forgive me. Oh, I typed in excavator. Sorry, it's called extractor. I'm just stupid. I don't think I can really do this right now, but should I just do it? Sorry, I'll just do it. It's science. I'll just, if I need to farm credits, I'll just farm it off stream in my own time. So I'm going to go and purchase something here called an extractor. What are extractors? Why are extractors actually useful? So there are 2 different types of extractors in Warframe. Keep in mind, there's also prime versions of these, and it's going to be a little bit confusing what I say from here onwards, but Titan extractor and distilling. Distilling is for uncommon and rare. Titan is for common. Here's the thing, I actually like Titan more than I like distilling, but it's mostly because of the way that I set it up. So what will basically happen is, now that I have this, I'm going to go towards my foundry. I'm going to type in X, kind of like this. 6 hours, go ahead and build one. Oh my goodness. Anyways, I'm basically going to go ahead and build one, right? 5 plat. Yeah. So this is what it's like when you rush one. So I'm going to go and build one. And then what I'm going to go and do, I just had the plat spare, so I might as well go and use it. I'm not going to use that 5 plat otherwise. Let me bring my camera back. What I'm going to go and do is I'm going to click on Venus. There's a reason for this, but don't worry. And I'm going to hover down here. Oh, I have to unlock all nodes first. Okay. What will basically happen is I will hover down here. When I've done all of these nodes, see how like they're not blinking? See, these are not blinking, but these are. This means I haven't done this. Complete all of the nodes, hover down here, and you can put an extractor in here. Commons, see, there's 2 different extractors. It will go ahead and get commons, things like polymer bundles and alloy plates. This is actually good because I need polymer bundles, hence why I went for it. I always put one on Venus because I need polymer bundles. I always put one on Mercury because I also need polymer bundles. I always put one on Saturn because I'd like to go in and get nanospores or plastids or orokin cells. And I like to put one on Uranus because you're filthy. No, because I also need the polymer bundles as well. So I normally, me personally on my main account, and I kid you not, I do this every day. Every 4 hours, you can put one in, you leave it. It's got health, but I won't be able to explain it right now. I'll try and unlock a planet and I'll show you how the health kind of works. But they basically just every 4 hours, they'll basically go ahead and like pull out some resources and you can get some resources. I've done it on my account for 6 years. Imagine the amount of resources I've pulled in. Trust me, it adds up. It starts up, you don't get a great amount. It's very small, but 6 years, nearly every day, it's a lot. Like, it's an awful lot that I've benefited from it. So it's up to you if you do want to go and do it. Also, we didn't go and check what we need for Ceres Junction, but keep in mind, because we're on Mars, and if we go ahead and scroll in just a little bit, look what Mars does. It splits off into 3 different junctions and 3 different routes over here, which is pretty cool. So we can get Phobos, and we can also go ahead and get Ceres. My goal is to get to Ceres, but let's go ahead and read what we got and go do. So let's zoom in a little bit here. So Ceres Junction, we need to go and defeat the Sergeant. Oh, he's so hard. He's the hardest boss in the game. Don't you worry. We'll deal with him. We need to go and defeat the Sergeant. We need to go and defeat Lieutenant Krill. We need to go and defeat 300 Arid Grenier. Arid is just a particular type of Grenier, and they're found on Mars. And we need to go and refine a Void Relic once. Oh, we just need... Oh, I could have just done that earlier. Oh, no, wait. I can just do it now anyways. Have I got 25? I've got 25. I can go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and refine. So I can just click... not navigation. I think I just click equip and then Void Relics. I just teleport down here. I'm just going to click this and then click this because I've got 25. There you go. I've refined it. You see how it's like filled in as well? Ideally, you want to always try and go radiant if you can. But yeah, now basically the chance, if you look here, the chance has changed. And that's basically what's happened. When we were talking about relics earlier, that's what it looks like. Okay, so if I now go back towards Mars and hover over this, look at that, we just did it. So that's one objective done, and we want to go and get the other ones done. So we need to go and kill more enemies here, which is fine because we're going to do that anyways, but we also need to go and defeat Sergeant, which means unfortunately, even if I took this path here, I can't do that. I have to go here for war because this is where Lieutenant Krill will be, but I also have to go and unlock Phobos. So what does Phobos want me to go and do? Because Sergeant is over here, guys. All right, Sergeant is on Iliad, this thing over here. So Phobos Junction, defeat 150 enemies in a single mission on Mars. Try endless missions such as excavation, survival, defense. Fantastic, we can go and do those. Scan 1 Cephalon fragment on Mars. Oh, no, I was about to say, ain't no way, because I had it earlier, but no worries. We'll go ahead and get that as well. And open 3 lift relics. Oh, I can't believe it. I could have just done another lift relic. I'll get some people to play later, okay? So we're going to go and do that. In the meantime, let's go ahead and unlock our way over there. And also... I can't take on demolitionists right now, can I? I think that's kind of... I won't do demolitions right now. Maro's Bazaar is right here, by the way, which isn't a bad idea. Spear is here, so we can go do 150 kills here and then go up. So the quickest way to this right now is to literally just go to the right, do this, and then do that, and then we're there. But I also need to go and kill 150 enemies in one mission. It might be better that I just do defense until I get 150. So at this point... Just double checking if there's anything else I need to train or bring in. No, we're okay. At this point, if there's anybody's got any questions, feel free to go and ask. Hopefully I've covered majority of things right now. How long are we into this VOD? And if you guys are still watching, can I go ahead and just ask? I haven't asked at all so far, but we're 2 hours in. Guys, if you like this, can you please give the video a like? Even if you guys are kind of just lurking right now, give the video a like. If you know anybody out there that would benefit from a series like this, please go ahead and share the video as well. I love what I do, and Warframe's been a big part of what I do when it comes to content creation. I owe an awful lot to Warframe, and I enjoy being here, enjoy the community, and as you can see, I've got enthusiasm to try and share what I know with other players. As you can imagine, there's a lot to share in Warframe, but I really do hope that people are enjoying this series. Because the only way that I'm going to continue with it is review this after episode 5, and if it hasn't got too much attention, it's okay. I didn't lose anything from it. I'll leave it there, but I won't continue the series. I'll just leave it in the background. So if you guys really do like this, please share it, please like it, please support it in any way that you can. I'm just taking a few hours out of my week to try and get other people into the game, and regardless, on episode 5, bit of a spoiler for episode 5 here, but I'm going to leave you guys with goals anyways, okay? So don't you worry, like where I leave off, I'm going to give you guys a direction. I'm going to tell you what to do, where it's going to do it, why it's going to do it, and it should keep you busy. I'm not joking, probably more than months. Could even probably keep you busy for years. Depends on what it is that I'm directing you to. But hopefully I'm going to get you guys into Warframe, and hopefully I can get you guys geared up and prepared enough to take on your challenges in front of you. But like I said, after episode 5, I'm going to stop for a moment, and I'm going to see what you guys think about it. and whether or not it's still worth kind of investing the time into it. But at the end of the day, I'm not really looking to like profit or benefit from this. I just really, it's an easier place for me to go and explain to people, especially when I'm live on my Twitch stream. That's twitch.tv/NoSympathy or whatever, or I'm just playing Warframe anywhere else. Instead of me having to answer everything in other areas. So if someone says, hey, I'm new to the game, how do I do this? Hopefully I could just point them to the series and just say, look, there's bookmarks here, there's this here, there's explanations there, just take your time. So again, I've really, oh, Nightwave is our. I can also kind of explain a bit of Nightwave, which is good. But you see, there's a challenge there, killing the enemies whilst aim gliding. I'm actually going to try and do that at the same time and actually get some ranking for Nightwave. Nightwave just came out today, volume 4. So if you're watching this in the future, I don't mean Nightwave, this is the first day of Nightwave. That's not true. I just mean that this is volume 4 of Nora's mix that just came out today. So we will go over that and have a little look at what we can and can't do. But Nightwave is fantastic. You tend to do this a bit passively in the backgrounds, and you can get some good rewards from doing it. I've touched about Nightwave in episode 1. I can touch it again in episode 2 and explain a bit more about what we can do for Nightwave. Okay. No, Chaos, we can't trade because I need to verify the account. I'm not doing that today. You can only trade with verification. We covered that earlier about verification. Is there any questions or anything inside the chat right now? Is there anybody who would like to know anything if you guys are new to the game? Or if you guys need help with anything? Whenever I do like defenses and survivals, there's not much gameplay for me to go and teach right now. So I can just take this opportunity to maybe help someone with more of a direct question and direct approach. Otherwise, I'm just going to try and keep ranking up my later if I can. It's just the grenades. But yeah, thank you guys for liking today's stream. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for just supporting the channel as well. Sincerely, I really do appreciate it. But yeah, hopefully it's not too much going to ask for. And that also means if you guys are watching the video as well, please go and leave a like if you think it can help you, if you think it can help others. It's completely free to like a video. You know, it does go ahead and add up. It helps my algorithm, thankfully. And then YouTube are like, hey, you're doing well. Oh, blunderbuss, critical chance of shotgun. I already own it, so we're fine. By the end of this episode today, so in a bit, I'm going to have to go over modding, and I'd like to go and explain modding a bit more for you guys. Maybe I should just go and rank Paris to 30. So remember, I need 150 kills here. So what I'm going to pay attention to is the total kills right now. So we're currently 47. So we want at least a minimum of 150. This might be 10 waves here. Hence why if you've got any questions, feel free to go and ask. But otherwise, we're just chilling out right now. It's kind of not really humbling, but it's kind of nice to do Warframe like this after all of the years that you spend on your main account. But believe me, you get a lot stronger in the game. Maybe on episode 5, I can show you guys my main account, and I can do like a mission or 2 on my main account and show you guys what you could truly become in Warframe. So you'll see an account 6,000 to 7,000 hours later. I have a lot of experience in the game, so you can see what it's like when you have all of the mods correctly and all of the builds done and all of that stuff. So I can leave it on a bit of a cliffhanger, and then if you guys want to learn how to get to that stage, again, if there's enough community interest, I can continue on with the series. Also, I will go and say at this point, during the VODs, if you guys are watching on the video right now, if you guys want to go and skip ahead a little bit, please go ahead and be my guest. Please go ahead and be my guest. Because right now I'm just doing Oops. Sorry, right now I'm just doing whatever I'm doing. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I apologize. Anyways, what else can I talk about whilst we're here? Any kind of like tips or tricks or anything? Besides from just moving, looting, shooting, stuff like that. Looking, identification of what you're looking at, like energy orbs, ammo orbs, so forth. I don't know if there's like any movement tips or anything. There are bonus headshot multipliers in the game. I don't know if I've touched on that at any point. But yes, aiming for the head will grant you more damage. Okay, so just keep that in mind. So definitely go ahead and continue to aim for the heads. Pressure point, which is really good. We'll talk about what we can do with all these spare mods soon as well. Let's kill all those enemies. Normally every 5 waves that you go and get to, they tend to send like a bit of a tougher enemy. So you normally know when you're on 5 waves. So I definitely don't have 150 kills. But look, there's one of the relics that I was talking about, how you can get it in a rotation. So remember, A, B, C. This is rotation A. If I do get to this one, it'll be rotation A again. Get the idea? With Nightwave, it's a good opportunity to talk about aura mods and Nitain extracts. Don't know if that will be covered in today's video, but yes, it is good to go talk about. Modding is going to take a bit of time, so I kind of want to explain more about modding after this. But yeah, I do also want to touch a little bit over Nora Night. Wait, that sounds really dodgy when I say it like that, but you know what I mean. The topic of Nora Night and Nightwave. Alright, my third ability, the Javelin, is actually not too bad right now. The ability is not that great a bit later in the game, but right now it's doing a good job. So how many kills do I have? 102. It's great. It means we're getting there. Very cool. Vomit is a new player trap for sure. Yeah, not a bad shout. Yeah, not a bad shout. We can go over that then, if that works for everybody. One more enemy over here. Oh no, 2 more even. Okay, very good. So we got all that done. We're 130 kills. So yeah, no matter what, when we get to wave 10, we're basically done here. Did you ever go climbing a scammer buddy? I haven't looked at episode 1. I've never gone over Darvo, no. No, I haven't gone over Darvo. I don't really feel like I need to go over Darvo too much. So, I mean, I'll say it here. But yes, you'll hear something called Darvo deals. I'll be honest, they're not really deals. It's D's way of basically just trying to get a little bit of money as an optional way. So if you do want to go ahead and try and acquire a weapon a little bit quicker, but keep in mind that, again, they're not really worth it, those weapons that they normally sell. This is good. Just give me endo. Don't really pick up anything from Darvo deals, basically. Just save your platinum. Okay, you guys want me to cover Nitain? Sure. We'll cover Nitain right after this then. And then after that, we'll cover Modern. I mean, I could do a 4-hour stream for today. I guess I could do, but I'm probably not going to because I don't want the episodes to normally be 4 hours. Just I got a little bit carried away with episode 1 and I was having a really good time. Which is a good sign though. Like, I'm glad that I'm also enjoying this as well. But yeah, I didn't want to get too carried away. God, I can't wait to get terminal velocity so I can actually hit enemies correctly. Because the projectile speed is a bit tough right now. Right. Wait. Oh. I don't think I've... Oh. What did they drop? Sharpened claws. No way. That's a great mod to go and get for a Kavat. I didn't actually notice Kavats. Oh my god, it's just hanging. Oh, that's terrifying. I didn't actually realize Kavats could climb along the rip lines, like these zip line things. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Funny what you see when you slow the game down, right? I think we're looking good. Is that it? Oh no, there's one enemy over here. Oh. Where are they? There. And then there's one enemy down there. This is the only issue with defense sometimes. You have to kind of look for the last couple of enemies. So we should be done now. So 207 enemies. We did what we needed to do. And we got another relic, which is great.
The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Let me go and turn this light on so it doesn't get too dark for everybody right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and cover some Nightwave stuff. But let's... so we got the sharpened claws there, which is nice for Kavats. And nice, we're almost approaching our first level 30 weapon, which is good, because once this reaches level 30, I can end up taking this bow out and getting Marshy rank from other weapons, is what I want to go and do. Okay, so we'll timestamp this part here. So, Nightwave. So every so often, we touched on this in episode 1, but every so often what will happen is, at least if they continue to do this inside Warframe, but imagine these as seasons, if you will, and they're going to give you like little challenges to go and do. So for example, this one, I need to go and claim one item from my foundry, which is fine. I did. I claimed my Taxon at the beginning of this episode. And then this one over here, I need to go and kill 20 enemies whilst aim gliding. Now what will happen is I basically go ahead and get these points. This is 1,000, this is 1,000, and I've now acquired 2,000 in Nightwave right now. When I get 10,000, I unlock a new reward. So in this case, I'll go ahead and get this, right? Now, imagine it's like a battle pass, but you don't have to pay for anything, okay? So on this part, we get 150 credits. So ideally, what people are trying to say inside the chat right here is, what should you go and spend the credits on? What would basically be better? I've already spoke about this in episode 1 as well, about how you should really just try and pick up some aura mods every so often. So if you hover over them, they'll say like aura. So a couple aura mods. Aura mods are not really bad to go ahead and get. But I think what they want me to go ahead and say more so is Nitain extracts. With the 150 that you just got there, honestly, buying this out like spending the full 150 on Nitain is actually a good thing to go ahead and do. Nitain is something that you will need for quite a few Warframes going build and quite a few things going to get, but basically Nitain can't be found in many other places, and in some areas that you can farm it, it's kind of inefficient to farm it in those areas. You shouldn't really be doing that. So if you are looking to go and get some Nitain, try and get it early, especially with the first 150 credits that you get straight out of the Nora episodes. I know it's not flashy, but I mean, you'll get some other stuff here. Like you can get some Orokin Catalysts, but I haven't gone into modern yet, so don't worry if you don't know what that is. You can go get some weapon slots. If you're watching this video at a time, you know, it might be like 9 months from now, you might have different rewards on your screen, but don't worry, hopefully you roughly understand and can translate what I'm saying. So we just need to go and do different objectives here to go ahead and rank up to go ahead and get credits. But yes, do try and go ahead and get yourself a healthy amount of Nitain extract. Okay, Orokin Catalyst, Orokin Reactors are also very good to go and pick up. Don't really worry about too many other things. You can go and get some weapons, which aren't too bad. So if you want to go and get these, you can go and do so. But Vauban, Vauban is... Here's the thing, Vauban isn't a bad Warframe. I think he's just a little bit misunderstood as to when it is that you want to go and use him. I remember earlier this episode, I was saying in mobile defense, what would be better is to take Warframes that crowd control. Vauban's like one of them. Outside of that, he has got some good damage with Flechette. I'm not going to go into his kit completely right now, but basically there's much better Warframes to go ahead and acquire. I'll put it that way. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. So don't feel like that you have to instantly like rush him out and be like, oh my goodness, I got a new Warframe, bam, off we go. But you will need Nitain to go ahead and get Vauban built up, I believe. And I wouldn't overly consider doing it right now. I would feel like there's better Warframes to go ahead and acquire. Again, I'm going to end up by the end of this series and everything. Right now, you shouldn't really be like grabbing too many Warframes. You should just be playing alongside with me and just chilling out. But over time, I do hope that you guys... over time, I will leave you guys with a list of Warframes that, in my opinion, I think every single Warframe player should at least own. And I don't see any reason why that list would change within like the next maybe 2 or 3 years. So I'm trying to think in advance. But hey, if it changes, it changes. I'm just trying to say, you know, what I think would be better for you guys, right? But anyways, that's basically Nightwave right there. A bit of a quicker rundown of Nightwave. Okay. So, I don't know if I can do this right now. I'm going to go and have a little look and see what I can mess about with. Ideally, I think it might be better if I just get Paris to rank 24. And I might end up using one Forma in it to show people kind of what it does and how it goes. And also I can get it on video to show what it's like when it resets and how it would work. But we definitely want to cover modding. Let me see what the next kind of mission or two is. Okay, dude. Let me go see what the next 1 or 2 missions are. So we did that, right? So we hover over here. So I still got to go and kill 3 enemy. Then I also need to go and defeat Lieutenant Krill. On this one... Oh, I need to go and scan... Yeah, I need to go and scan a Cephalon fragment. And I need to go and open 1 more relic. Okay, what? Shit. Let's go ahead and click on the mobile defense for now so I can get a little bit closer towards it. At least this way. I also have a route towards Marrow's Bazaar, which is also very good. Marrow's Bazaar is going to be a place for you to go ahead and get 1 guaranteed sculpture every week. But we'll have to kind of cover that a little bit later. Like a little bit later. For now, don't worry about that too much. If I can find a Cephalon fragment whilst I'm doing this, this would... definitely come in handy if I can happen to stumble across one. There's a plant there, so I'm just going to go and scan the plant. So again, I'm just looking for that kind of... There's some salvage, why not? I'm just looking for that nice blue-looking data thing that I can go and scan. I'm just going to try and keep my eyes... peeled for one of those. That's Morphix, we'll take that. Ain't no way. I'm so glad I checked it because I had a feeling that it'd be in this area. Right, so I've got that done. That's where, like, years of experience has fucking paid off. I'm just going to be honest because I found some in those areas before. But the odds of that is still really, really random. I'm just going to be dead honest. You're not going to find that all of the time. Just years of experience pays off there. We'll take it. Funny because I wouldn't check like other areas around here. This is like, that's like one of the only main areas that I would have checked. So I've got that done now, which is great. So that's progression done towards the junction.
We are finished here. Move on. This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance.
Do the sensor bar.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wait, did he just drop something? No.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
Right, kill this dude here. So far we're looking pretty good. I feel like this episode's gone pretty well.
Surrounded by Premier Marines.
I don't know why I'm reviewing my own episode right now, but I'm pretty happy with the progress that we have made today. I managed to go and get some stuff on video that I'm actually very, very happy I managed to go and get. I do get excited doing these, by the way, guys. I don't know why I'm getting like all giddy just thinking about the possibilities of being able to help people. And, you know, again, even if the series just helps one person, I don't know, is there anybody in live right now who's watched like the entire of episode 1? Because again, I mean, if it helps someone like that, then that's the goal. That's literally the goal. That is literally the dream right now, is that somebody is actually benefiting from these videos. You know, and there's no harm, like, if it means 2024 comes around and the game's changed and everybody takes the very paradox and I need to redo all of this again, but in 2024, I wouldn't actually even complain. I would actually probably consider it. If I've got the time and it falls into my schedule, I genuinely could even consider it and be like, yeah, I'll be down. Like, personally, I've enjoyed doing this. It's just something different. It gives me purpose again as well, you know? Because all I'm doing on my main account is just grinding for this or grinding for that, or just trying to acquire this or acquire that or rank this up, or, you know? And this is nice because it feels like I'm just relearning and reliving again. But, I'm liking it. And hey, also, again, a friendly reminder, I'm sorry to go ahead and keep encouraging it, but I should encourage it. I haven't encouraged it much this episode, but guys, seriously, if we could go and hit the like button, it would be dope to go ahead and just try and get, like, I don't know, 50 likes, you know? 50 likes or something like that. Maybe, ideally, I'd like 100 likes on every video. I don't think, yeah, if it hasn't gained that traction just yet, that's okay. Yeah, you know, maybe like, let's go for like 50 likes or something. I don't really know how many likes the video has, but every like is going to help. It's going to help add up. And again, if you are a person who this video is helping, I'm grateful that I can help, and I'm grateful that you guys are listening to my guidance. And if there is somebody in the chat that already knows all this stuff, but you know it could help someone else, then yeah, please share the video around, you know? Please go and share the video around. But yeah, you can always go. I've got a Discord community that has a lot of information on it. I've got obviously I've got the YouTube that I put builds and stuff like that on it. My builds aren't new player friendly, unfortunately, but it'll give you something to aim for once you start learning what you're doing. And that's what these videos are here to go and do, is to teach you a bit more. That's great. Got that. So I need to go and just do one relic mission now, which is great because this means we can actually go ahead and unlock Phobos, because that means otherwise today all we've done is unlock Mars, and I don't want that just to be the case. Relics took a big portion of the stream, and Modern's going to take a big portion of the stream, because explaining relics and mods isn't something that I think you could do. Well, you can go and do it in like 10 minutes, but I'd rather not. I'd rather go ahead and explain as much as I possibly can. So that's always good. Right, let's keep going, and then I can go and do this So Maro's Bazaar is accessible. I don't think we even have Maro at the moment though, right? I'm just going to double check. Howl of the Kubro, Devry Paradox, Arkwing, and Heart of Deimos. No, we haven't done any of those just yet. So yeah, we don't technically have access to Maro at the moment. Let's go and do this Sabotage mission here, which is great because now we have access to Phobos, and then we're going to do one Relic mission, and then we've unlocked Phobos, which is great.
I need you to sabotage this ship's reactor. The reactor is a complex system. Start by removing the coolant cells.
So again, all I'm basically doing right now is the objective. If I don't have a reason to go ahead and do anything else, then I tend to just not do that. So I was looking for a particular mod, don't worry. Oh, whoops. But this is the Corpus ship tile sets. So this is whenever you find Corpus ships kind of on the outside of planets. These are normally the tile sets that you're going to go and get. And this mission here is Sabotage. And because I've activated kind of some alarms here, I'd have to go and break those, but I think I can just go straight through. But if they do get overwhelming, you can go and just shoot them down. Now, here's the thing with sabotage missions. For anybody who doesn't know, there's actually quite a few different ways to do sabotage missions, and they do actually yield different results. Not different rewards, but they kind of they kind of yield different results. So what we're going to go and do is I can put a fuel cell back in this one. I can't pick up that fuel cell apparently because I'm not getting a prompt for it. It'd be good if I could have taught sabotage on a different mission, but anyways, what I can go do is I can drop down here, and there's a fuel cell here. I could go ahead and put it in here, which is what I think most people will do, but for the sheer sake of it, and for the sheer sake of education, let me go and show you, like, this isn't it. Let me go and show you what it'd be like if I did this differently. So I'm going to take this cell, and I think I can put this one in here. So now this is going to be... Yeah, here we go. So here's the magnetic version of this. So there's different versions. I tried to end up my operator. I'm not going to lie to you because I saw an electric proc. So there are different... Just try and get those enemies to leave me alone. There are different versions. We just need to go and hack this. So this is fine, but the idea is I just want to connect all of these to this. So you see that? And you can right click and left click. You can basically rotate the hack however you want to. So what I've done now is, well, I now need to go and fend the terminal apparently, but with like literally no time. So I don't know what's actually going on right now. But normally people would go ahead and blow, you see these like fuel injectors? Normally you'd have to go and blow these up. But because I'm putting the cell in a different area, I now have a different objective. So sabotage missions, you can normally do them in one of 3 different ways. And the way to understand this is sometimes there'll be like fire and heat kind of explosions. The other time there'll be like ice and colds and everything will be like slow. And then the final one is magnetic anomalies around you. I can't tell if this is actually supposed to have a timer right now. There is corpus caches that I can get free here. I might be able to explain the corpus cache. There we go. So if I show you... Oh my god, is that a... Oh, I can actually explain these guys real quick. So you see this thing here. I actually learned this literally yesterday because one of my closest friends is actually playing Warframe at the minute and he just kind of restarted. But I didn't actually know this. So you see this guy here, he's called a treasurer. What's actually interesting about him is you can just shoot these to stop yourself from being slowed down. What's actually interesting about him is that he actually doesn't drop what you're currently after. And oh my god, I might die. He doesn't drop what we normally kill him for. If you kill him, he actually doesn't drop anything. until you do a quest called Deadlock Protocol. And I actually didn't know that because I obviously had done the quest and I'd never seen this guy before. So I'm going to try and show you right here, right now. He doesn't actually drop anything. So if you want to, don't kill him. Until you do Deadlock Protocol. Does he drop one? Yeah, look at that. It's a complete waste. I die. It's a complete waste of time. Do not kill him. If you do the quest called Deadlock Protocol, he drops something called Granum Crowns. And I didn't actually know. I thought he always dropped Granum Crowns. I had no idea that if you don't do the quest, he doesn't drop Granum Crowns. So there you go. Just save yourself some time. If you have not done Deadlock Protocol quest, do not kill the treasurer. There's no point. He doesn't drop anything for you. Okay, guys? He doesn't drop anything for you whatsoever. In the meantime, we're done with the sabotage, so we can basically leave. So yes, this is what the one with the magnetic anomalies. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't see a single magnetic anomaly, which is really weird. Normally, there'd be like big kind of floating black balls, if you will, that if you walk into them, like void kind of balls, if you walk into them, you'll go ahead and take magnetic damage and magnetic proc. So you don't want to get into them or let them drain your shields and energy. You don't want that to happen. But that's okay. Yeah, it basically works like that. But anyways, so I just wanted to go and show you, you can go ahead and do sabotage missions in a few different ways. It's up to you guys how you want to go and do them, okay? So this is awesome. And I just need to go ahead and do one relic mission. I hope you guys don't mind this, but I'm just going to do this a bit quicker and just queue up with some randoms, okay? Oh, God. It's fine. I'm just going to, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to queue up with some randoms right now. So I'm going to go and use this exceptional relic that I just went ahead and did. And I'm just going to go straight in. Just because I can't be bothered to go ahead and start up a queue right now. If I do need to go and farm relics in the future, I will go and do it. But today's episode is a bit squashed. So please bear with me, okay?
This is a mobile defense mission.
Just a bit crammed for time.
A number of locations while I break into
Why?
the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
Oh God, I hope these guys can kill quicker. Because otherwise it's just me killing them right now. So I need these other players to catch up. Oh, there's an MR4, which is pretty cool. Nice. This is a Warframe called Wisp, this one here. And we also have a Trinity. I can just talk about some of the Warframes that you can go ahead and see on screen. Anybody who's wondering, Wisp is a support frame. Arguably, she's one of the best, if not the best support frame. It's an argument to be made. Very, very good for like end game stuff. Gives a lot of survivability, gives a lot of kind of fire rate, and even a little bit of crowd control, which is also kind of nice. A little bit of haste and movement speed and so forth. So Wisp is very, very good. Just really good utility. Now, she might go and put something on the grounds, which she's not doing, which is great. But that's okay. She hasn't put it. She's put no reservoirs down. And then this one here is called Trinity. And Trinity is a support frame as well. And she can end up giving you energy. She can give you heals. She can give you shields. She's just a really good Warframe to have in a group, especially early game. So if you're watching and you're like, oh, what kind of Warframes could I go and pick? There's a little bit of a rundown of those two Warframes in particular. But Wisp is very, very strong at the moment. And a lot of people go ahead and play Wisp. If you ever have a Wisp in your team, you just basically say thanks. Like, just, yeah, thank God we have a Wisp in our team. Right, that's that done. She's not putting reservoirs down though. If she is, I'm just not seeing them because I don't have thingy. Whoops! I need to go back and not get too carried away here. Yeah, just kill that guy. I literally just need one more. Can you drop it? Right, none of those guys dropped it. So corrupted enemies. I don't know if I touched about this earlier, but corrupted enemies just basically have like a chance. Go ahead and just get kind of spawned in, if you will. So you see like there. So that's why you have to just go a little bit slower and just wait a little bit. There you go. So I've got all my 10 reactor now, so I'm technically done. All I got to go and do is just the Defend. That's my goal. I should really try and keep killing with the Paris because I've almost got my first level 30 weapon, which is great. And then if I can get a Forma at some point, I can show you what it's like when you Forma a weapon. I don't really care that it'll be the MK1 Paris that are Forma because it's education purposes. Oh my goodness, that does no damage right now. So this is where my builds are starting to get a little bit, you know, which is great because I'm actually kind of glad because this is kind of showing you that, you know, especially with Xmas units, I'm starting to do less and less damage. I now need to start paying attention to my builds. And oh my god, oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Oh, that's so frustrating. So when I go down in team areas like this, players can come up to you and they can go ahead and res you, which is something that I don't think you guys have seen on the episode so far. When I play with other random players or you play with other people in your team, they can basically go ahead and pick you up. And if they go down, you can also go and pick them up. None of us needs to go ahead and get a reactant there, so we can just ignore those enemies. I'm going to kill that regulator. So this is good. This means once I go ahead and finish this mission right here, we are done with... well, not fully done with Mars, but we're done with a little bit of Mars, and then we can go ahead and unlock Phobos. It would be good as well if we could try and get done with Phobos. So I'll see what the missions are on the way to Sergeant, and then we can keep going. But yeah, you can see, like, gameplay wise, now that we're kind of a few missions in, if you guys have watched episode 1 and you guys are here watching episode 2, now that we're a few kind of episodes in right now, guys, yeah, oh, you can kind of get the idea that there's not as many like tips and tricks that I can overly keep giving you, because I mean I can keep saying roughly the same thing if you want me to all of the time, but you know, like you're holding the bow, press R to cancel your shot, you know, stuff like that. I mean, otherwise I've covered most of this stuff, and hopefully you guys will learn it anyways just by playing. Movement and mechanics as well, I'm not going to lie to you, I can tell you exactly how to do everything 100% correct. Not that there is a way to go and do that, but I can tell you it's going to do everything 100% correct. But movement mechanics come to you over experience, you know. So like this movement that I'm doing here, I wouldn't really expect, you know, someone who's been playing for like 2 days to go ahead and just start doing straight off of the bat. I mean, if you do, fantastic, but if you don't, it's okay. Like, again, no one's expecting you to be like that 2 days off of the bat. So unfortunately, we didn't get 4 players on this run, which kind of sucks, but never mind. Sometimes that happens in public groups, but we did get 3, and it's still better than just me running on my own. So we're just waiting for the other player to go in. You can extract and end up leaving players behind, but you don't have to worry about that right now. There is a spare Forma here. Probably not a bad idea to go ahead and grab this. But ideally, I wouldn't mind some spare ducats either, but these aren't great. As you see, like, there's 25 and 15. Not an awful lot of ducats I could get from that, so we're just going to sit on the Forma for now.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Oh, Arcwing. There's an Arcwing mission coming up. Maybe Arcwing's not a bad idea to go and show. I just want to try and maybe spend a bit of time on modding if I can. If for whatever reason I can't showcase modding on today's episode, we see it on tomorrow's, but I'm almost level 30, so I don't see any reason why I can't go into it. I'm going to try and give you guys like a bit of a rundown of some mods of what I would look for, and I can always use a third-party website if I need to try and show you guys what that may go ahead and look like. But as of right now, we are now officially on the route to Phobos. So I'm going to put myself back into solo game mode right now, and we're going to start moving in towards Phobos. So we're going to go and kill this guy. Can you res someone a limited number of times, or is it unlimited? It's unlimited, but when you go down on the ground and you start bleeding out, if somebody doesn't res you, then you consume a res, and you only have a set amount of reses every mission that you can go ahead and use up. So if let's say I had 8 reses that I could go ahead and use up, like actually resin myself, then if I use up all 8 of those, then I can't be resed anymore. I'm basically out and I need to leave. That's basically how it kind of works. But otherwise you could unlimitedly res someone as much as you can. Is she gonna she bubbles me? Okay, good. She could be a little bit annoying to fight there. She could end up using her bubble on me, or she could pull me and crowd control me. So what I did is I kind of just, I tried to gap close on her. So I tried to go and get as close as I could to her to use my second ability, which would stun her. And then once I've stunned her, I then use my fourth ability to just basically finish her off. And that's what I tried to go ahead and do there. So she's now dead, and we move on. It's either mobile defense and rush Arcwing, or spy capture rescue. Spy capture rescue, or spy capture rescue is quicker to do, but showing people Arcwing probably isn't a bad idea. So maybe today's episode we can also go ahead and show Arcwing. So let's try and go ahead and get to Sergeant, and at least show people what Sergeant kind of looks like and so forth. So we got Thief's Wit, which is great, and we also got Stolen Dreams. Okay, Stolen Dreams is Maru's Maru, which is really good because she's gonna go ahead and give us some goodies at a later point. All right, but Thief's Wit is actually really good because I will end up using this quite a lot on my new character. This mod for like anybody who's new to the game, really good. Definitely encourage you guys to go and get your hands on it if you can. So there we go. We have now unlocked Phobos. Phobos is more of like a corpus kind of planet. A lot of enemies, if you can see here, see how like the ships are hovering over the planet. This is how you know you'll be like ship tile sets and so forth. Whereas if you visually look, so like these are actually on Earth, but you see how like this is off Earth and then kind of curved around. This is all thematically or aesthetically accurate. This is going to be a Grenier Galleon ship that you will be on, whereas this will always be like on a, so sometimes visually you can kind of look at it like that. It's like Eris, for example. They don't actually touch the planet. They're not on Eris. They're just surrounding Eris. So you can pay attention to some of the visuals that you can go and see there. So you see how I knew that this was going to be a corpus ship because again, I'm looking at it off. So these are just nodes somewhere on Mars. These are like little settlements and little missions on Mars. So you can just pay attention to what you're looking at, and sometimes it gives you more of an idea what's going to happen. So let's go towards Phobos. So Iliad's over there. So I guess we just do the Exterminate straight away. Hopefully this Exterminate will take my bow to level 30, and then I guess I'll just do modding or whatever. You'll learn more about what these are, by the way, so don't worry. If you kind of look at them now and you go, what is that? What does that do? There's a quest that will explain a bit more, a bit down the line. Okay. As you can see, the bow's not as good now. As you can see, my damage has fallen off just a little bit more. And as you can also see, look, I'm actually taking more damage from enemies. So the first couple of planets that I was on, everything was honestly quite easy. But now it's starting to ramp up a bit. You know, enemies are now starting to do a bit more damage. My weapon isn't always guaranteed to one-shot them. I mean, this is a bow that does puncture damage, and these are corpus shields, which is a different thing. So that isn't helping me. But hopefully with all of this ender, I've got a lot of like spare mods now. Hopefully we can kind of rank some stuff up, and I can show you some mods that I would put on Warframes and mods for you guys to go for. And I can show you guys... I feel like that's honestly more important. Do you know what? Sorry, I know I was going to go towards the... what's this called? I was going to go towards Sergeant and show that, but I honestly feel like modding's just too important now. I'm actually starting to feel a bit of a difference. Yeah, it's not impossible, like, but you know when you just feel it? Yeah, we feel it now. We feel it now. So if I'm feeling it now, I can only imagine a new player is also starting to kind of feel it, especially if they're playing alongside me. So let's go ahead and cover modding absolutely in episode 2, because I feel like that's basic modding can teach people a lot of things. So I think right after this mission, we're going to go into basic modding. And whatever I have available at the time, I'll work with. And if I don't have what I need, I can... if I don't have what I need, I'm just going to have to use maybe like, I don't know, overframe.gg or something. for like builds. So that Arctic Ectomist was giving them shields. It was important. I got rid of him. So you see this Osprey, it's linking to them, giving them shields. So again, I'm going to make sure I target that. So again, like how I said earlier, we have absolutely zero reason to kill this guy. Do not worry. This guy is called the Treasurer. He only shows up in Corpus ship tile sets. Corpus ship tile sets, okay? He won't show up anywhere else. He only shows up here, basically. Corpus ship tile sets. Oh, the Paris is almost level 30, so this is great. And a lot of redirection mods. Taking too much damage, so I'm going to use the radial blinds to try and stop them, but it's not doing a great job. And I'm going to do this instead. And then I'm just going to fall back to cover for now. Okay, unbelievable. Yeah, that actually sucks, losing that affinity. So to res myself is going to cost me affinity, and that basically means that I'm taking that affinity like out of my weapon right now to basically kind of like re-res myself. That's not great because I need the affinity because I'm trying to get to level 30 right now. Again, we spoke about briefly about how affinity worked in last episodes. If I kill my Warframe, I'm not getting affinity to my weapons. Yeah, these guys are actually genuinely starting to hit a lot harder. And do you know what it is? It's not even these guys that are hitting harder. It's literally just the tile set as well. The traps in the tile set are actually starting to genuinely hurt, so I need... Oh my god, I need to get rid of this Eximus unit. This drone needs to go, though. They caught me. Nice, good job. There's a drone here, and I literally can't get to the drone. I'm just gonna fall back for a second. I'm gonna let my shields restore, which is actually really good. I'm glad that I'm kind of showing this as well. Let your shields restore. There you go. That's good. So now that the drone's down, you can see I can look. Now look how much easier that is to go and just start picking them off. And then we want to get rid of this Eximus unit because he's the one being the bigger nuisance right now. These traps, by the way, if you roll through them, you can get through them. But if you try and walk through them like this, they'll knock you down. So always just try and roll through the traps if you can. Morphix will take. Oh, there's Blastus there.
Corpus walkers are heading to our location.
Boom. Yeah, we're max. Look at that. We're max rank of the MK1 Paris. We can just leave. So that's fantastic. That means that is our first weapon that we have accumulated full mastery rank from, which basically just means from here onwards, if I use this weapon, I don't gain mastery rank. But we'll talk about that just in a moment as I come out, okay? Right. Puncture, electric, shields. No worries. Awesome. So we're going to go in towards modding right now. Excuse me. We're going to go in towards modding right now, and let's go ahead and talk about mods and what they do and why we'd be using them and how to go and make your builds a bit more sufficient in terms of like looking after you. So that's what we want to go and do. But what I can go and do, so I'm going to show this right here, is I talked about this briefly in episode 1, and I was saying about how when you master a weapon, when you complete it, this weapon, if I get any more kills or any more affinity with it, it will actually give me, so XP right there, it will actually give me no more return whatsoever. So if I now go sort by progress, you see, there it is. You see like the wings of valor or whatever you want to go and call it. This basically means that this is done. This is it. So if you don't ever want to use this weapon ever again, you can just get rid of it. If you don't want to, I'd advise trying to hold on to some weapons, because what I'm going to go ahead and teach you guys right now is a bit sketch, and you want to understand why you'd be doing this. But what you could go and do is you go towards equipment and go towards inventory. You could sort by weapons here. If you're out of weapon slots, I'm at least going to be honest with you. MK1 weapons, you don't need to hold on to them. So technically, now that I've got this to rank 30, I've got all of the affinity from it. I can simply click it and click sell. Okay, you'll get 2,500 credits, but that will open up to 9 slots now. So basically, it doesn't hold a weapon slot. Believe me, if you like Paris, or you like the bow, you'll say, oh, but the bow was good. There's a better version of it. So it's called Paris. This is MK1 Paris. There is a Paris. There's also a Paris Prime, and there's a Paris Incarnate, but we talked about Incarnates earlier, right? Just ever so slightly, we talked about them. So you could go ahead and sell that if you wanted to. For now, I'm going to keep it though, because this is currently the maximum amount of capacity that I have on a weapon. So I kind of need to keep it just for modern purposes. Okay, just so that you guys understand that. So mods. Now, this section here is going to take a little bit of time. So I am going to, am I alt tabbing a lot? Me? No. This section here is going to be broken down as much as I possibly can. Let's start off with weapons, okay? Because weapons, you're going to need some damage, all right? Oh, okay, sorry. Weapons, you're going to go and need some damage. So let's go ahead and break this down. So, right. Let's go and take all of this off for a second and explain it. So whenever you go ahead and get a weapon, when you're kind of like newer to Warframe, you'll notice that you have capacity. The capacity of the weapon is going to scale on the rank of the weapon, and it's also going to scale on the mastery ranking of your Warframe. So if I'm MR2 and this is unranked, I get 2. Does that make sense? So I am MR2. And this is unranked, I get at least 2 capacity in there, kind of thing. I think it's easier to kind of remember it. Shut up all this. I think it's kind of somewhat easier to remember it off that. So keep ranking up MR, because every single time that you reset a weapon or you have a new weapon, you can put more and more mods into new weapons that you acquire. And whenever you reset weapons, we'll talk about resetting weapons in a second, but whenever you reset weapons as well, you'll also get more capacity. Rank up your mastery rank, okay? That's all you need to go know there. Right, so now that we have a weapon that's completely ranked out right here, the maximum capacity that a weapon can hold to start off with is 30, okay? This is where it gets a little bit more confusing, so stay with me, all right? Stay with me. So, 30. However, if you click on actions and you want to commit a bit further to a weapon, you can double your mod capacity, which means it doesn't go 30, it goes 60. Every 1 mod that you're adding in, pay attention to the number in the top right. That number will cost drain towards the weapon. So if that was 2 and it's 30, it's 28. So I could only fit, hypothetically, I say only fit, I can actually fit all of the, thankfully I can fit all of this stuff in, but I could only go and fit these ones in. I don't have, this is why I needed more mods, but anyways, I can go and fit all of these ones in. However, if I want to start ranking these up, can you see how these are currently not ranked right now? See the little things at the bottom here? See how that one's got like 2... See how that one's got like 2 little lights at the bottom there? It means that I've actually put some ranking into it, right? Which is actually really good. But as I rank them up, they cost more and more and more to go ahead and fill in, right? So doubling your capacity with these things for weapons, I'm just going to say it. You can YouTube it, you can Wikipedia it, whatever works for you. For weapons, they're called Orokin Catalysts. For Warframes, they're called Orokin Reactors. My way of understanding this, you don't have to do with it, but my way of understanding it, reactors is in like reactions, facial reactions, so forth. I tend to like use it like that. Maybe it doesn't work, but anyways, I've always used reactions as expressions and expressions as human things. So Warframes, people, reactions. That's how I always understood the difference between reactors and catalysts. Okay. But reactors and catalysts, where do you go and get them from? Again, one place that I showed you guys earlier was you could go and get it from Nora Night. I'm just going to mute her. I'm going to go and get it from Nora Night. And you could go ahead and get it from the miscellaneous right here if you have credits. If you missed that section, feel free to go back and rewatch it, okay? But this is where you can go and get some of them. If you want to know where you can get these in other places, please go ahead and use the Warframe Wikipedia. I've showed you how to go and utilize it and where to go and search. Use the Warframe Wikipedia. I've showed you guys how to go and use that. Just type in Orokin Reactor or Orokin Catalyst, and it will show you where you can also go ahead and get these, okay? They are also colored as well. Golds, I believe, is for Warframes, and then blues is for weapons. But again, if you want the names, catalysts and reactors, reactor, reactions, expressions, Warframes. Okay, that's how I always understood it. Anyways, otherwise people call them potatoes. Right. So we could invest a potato or a catalyst into the build, which means we would double our capacity. This makes it easier for us to put more and more greater mods into the builds. Hopefully you guys understand that, right? Unfortunately, I don't have one available right now, so please don't worry about it, but I want to go ahead and explain how to get more capacity. Would it be worth doing on an MK1 Paris? No, it's not really worth doing, so don't go ahead and do it. But on other weapons, yes, it is worth doing. Here's my advice. When it comes to these are going to be very scarce inside the game. You're not going to get them in a lot of different areas, okay? I would mostly only put these on prime weapons that you have acquired. Okay, now don't get me wrong, not everything in the game has a prime. Remember primes? We talked about them in Relics. If you skipped ahead, you might need to go back to the Relic section. But we talked about primes. So if I had a Bratton Prime, I would rather go and put this in a Bratton Prime than an MK1 Bratton. Does that make sense? Hope you guys understood that, okay? Because the Bratton Prime rule of thumb is going to be the better, and normally rule of thumb, the stronger of the Brattons that are available. Just, it's easier to understand it that way, okay? It's not going to be the case for everything, but hopefully you guys understand. Just rule of thumbs. So, from here onwards, what we want to go and do is actually get more damage onto the weapon. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a tremendous amount of mods currently available for what I'm about to go ahead and do right now. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a build, and the way that I'm going to do it is by showing you it a little bit different. So I can do it a little bit live here. I could do it a little bit live here, but what I'm going to go and use, I'm going to use a website here called overframe.gg, okay? And what I'm going to go and do is I'm going to type in a MK1 Paris so that everything here is going to translate, right? I'm going to click a new build, and then here's the builds here. So look, right, I'm going to take the Orokin Reactor, whatever. I'm going to take the Orokin Catalyst off of it, and this is still the weapon, okay? Yeah, this is still a 30% crit chance, 15% status chance. Look over here, 30% crit chance, 30%. It's the same thing, all right? But I'm going to use this website because hopefully I can go and show you a few different things, because right now I don't have them available to me, but I'm going to go and show you what it would look like if I did have it available to me. So we want to go and make this weapon stronger. As we get through content, stuff is going to go and start hitting a bit, or stuff is going to start taking more and more hits towards them. So first thing we want to always go and do is have at least one damage mod on our weapon. In no way, shape or form is damage ever going to be considered bad. We want to kill with the weapon, right? As of right now, we only have Serration. Now, I don't know if I explained this in episode 1, but I'll make sure it's absolutely clear with what I'm doing right here, right now in episode 2. This right here is what I call a cracked mod, is what we call cracked mods. Basically, you see this like giant lines, like cracked lines going across it. This basically means that this mod right now is not really that great. And yes, there is a better mod out there than this, or flawed mods is, sorry, what they're called, right? You see at the bottom it's called Serration Flawed, 40% damage. There exists a mod of this, whereas I type it over here and type in Serration. Serration can actually give you 165% damage when you do want to go ahead and get it. Why are the mods cracked? I think it is a good question. I think you're joking, but mods on crack. But the reason why you get cracked mods, just for anybody who didn't understand, is because when you're new to the game, they give you these cracked mods. Personally, I don't understand why, but it is what it is. If you want to rank these mods up, you can do, but heed my warning, if you will. When you rank these mods up, keep in mind, you're going to end up replacing them anyways with better versions of them. So all of the credits and endo that you put in this might not be worth it, okay? just understand that you're going to get a better version of this. That's just how it goes, okay? But once we have Serration in here, that is going to give me 165% damage. This only gives me 40%. But Serration, if you look, this cost me 5. So this is going to take 5 drain here. That is going to be 14 drain. So 14 drain, that's almost half the build done like that in one mod. See what I mean? So what can we do to counter that? Yeah. Here we go. Now we're getting into modern. What can we do to go and counter that? Hope you guys are following me so far, by the way. So yes, we can go ahead and increase the double capacity. But what you'll notice is sometimes they have these little symbols. And you'll notice that every mod has a symbol. So if I click here, these are called Madurai. And it's always got like what looks like, some people call it a lowercase v. Some people call it a lowercase r. It's whatever you go and see. Call it whatever you want to. But right now, this is called Madurai. And right here, this dash one is called Naramon. So if I go and take this, this will take 8 capacity out of my builds. However, if I, can you see, look at the color of this. Okay, watch this. If I now go put this in there, look at the color of this when I hold and drag. This is basically saying that if I put this in there, I can still put it in there, but watch how much this now costs. This is 5, this now costs 6. Ah. It doesn't belong in that slot. I can still put it in there, but it doesn't belong in that slot. So what happens if I take something that costs 8 and I put it in there, it now costs 4? It will reduce the mod's size by 50%, okay? But it will always round up. You'll be like, what does that mean? What does it mean by that? Well, not everything's going to be even numbers, right? This is currently 8. That's great. But what happens if it was 9? Is it going to be 4.5? No, it rounds up. It will now cost you, so if it's 5, if it's 9, it's now going to cost you 5. It always goes up. It can't end in point. Does that make sense? It can't end in point this or point that. So it always round up. So what you want to go and do is you want to go ahead and slowly make your weapons better and make your weapons stronger. Remember those relics that I was telling you about? This episode 2, you're going to learn a lot from this episode. Not as much gameplay, I apologize, but hopefully you're going to learn a lot from this. Remember those relics that I was talking about? What the relics actually did is in one of the rewards, we got something called a Forma, right? Now, these things here are extremely important, and unfortunately, you can only craft them once every 23 hours. You're going to need Morphics, you're going to need Neural Sensors, you're going to need Orokin Cells, and Neurodes. And if you can't quite remember where to get those things, again, guys, what you want to go and do, go to your navigation, scroll out, click on the planet, hover in the bottom right. Do I see Orokin Cells? No, but I see Neurodes, so I know where Neurodes are. Okay, cool. Do I see anything in there? Oh, I see Morphics. Okay, cool. You get the idea? Look for where the resources are, okay? Identify the resources, and then what you want to go and do is you want to go and build a Forma, right? It's going to take 23 hours. It's going to take a long time to go and craft, all right? Every day that you can, every day, even if it means you just log in for like 5 minutes, craft a Forma. Keep a Forma crafting at all times. I'm not exaggerating when I say this number. Would not be surprised that my main account has anywhere over, what, chat? 2,000? I don't know, more? In one of my Warframes alone, I have 200s. But that is just a joke. You do not need 200 Formas in one thing. I lost the bet. Okay? Anyways, let's go back towards it. These Formas, what they will do is when you have them, so that's just a blueprint. When it's crafted, what you can go ahead and do is you see this thing here. This is technically what we call a Forma. It's called a polarized slot. And in order to get a polarized slot, you have to be max rank on the weapon. So like if I hover over it, it's max rank. When the weapon is max rank, click on actions and click polarization. When you have a Forma, you can actually you click on that, and then you just basically hover over one of these slots and then click until you basically land on a symbol that you want to invest into. I'm going to give you a bit of a rule of thumb here. If you want to remember this, this is fine. This is basic modern 101. This is not advanced modern. Okay? Just a bit of a rule of thumb. Madurai and Naramon are good to Forma. Okay, just so that you understand that. When it comes to weapons, Madurai arguably might be the better one just to put a Forma into it. So if you have a gun and you're really enjoying it and you want to make the gun stronger, maybe you want to put damage and you want to put multi-shot, you want to put critical in the gun and in the builds, you'll see what I mean, because I'm going to show you how to mod it. Mana Ray is not too bad, okay? So Forma and put Mana Ray slots in it. Now you might be asking, well, hang on a second. Does that mean that's stuck in there forever? No, you can replace this with a different symbol. Okay, so I could put this symbol over this one, but it still costs me a Forma. Okay, keep that in mind. What then happens as well is, okay, what happens if I have this, but I don't want this up here? Maybe I want this Naramon slot down there because I like the mod being down here. When you have more than one Forma in the weapon, you can go to actions and click swap polarity. You can then click here, click there, and you can swap this from here to there, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's free. You can move this wherever you want to move it in your builds. Okay? It's free to do it, but you need to at least format the weapon once. So right now, this is not formatted, and unfortunately, we're too new to the game that I don't have it right here, right now. Okay? Can you make one that doesn't have a symbol? Can you make one that doesn't have a symbol to have a symbol with Forma? Or can you only change an existing one? No, so you see these empty ones here, you can give this a symbol. Or you can replace this symbol and change it. You can, don't ask me why you can do this, right? But you can format a weapon by not touching any of it and just click apply. The Forma goes into the weapon resets, and no change was made. Just, that was it. The Forma is basically just consumed and it's gone. So you can even do that. Take your time. When you Forma, you can kind of basically click. I can do this. I can show you in the advanced modding, but right now this is basic modding. I want you guys to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it, okay? This is just a way for you to put more mods in, right? When we get to advanced modding, you'll see how I juggle advanced modding. But it could look something like this. So this is what we're looking at right now, but I don't have the room and the mods to play around with it. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to do it here, right? I'm sorry if it looks a little bit weirder. So this is the Exiler slot, which is that thing over there. And then here's the 8 mods right there. Here's the 8 mods. And see, look, that one's got a Naramon. So the idea is that I could go ahead and mess about with it and then change it. What I could go do is that I could just turn that to nothing, a neutral, and I could put the Naramon there. That would be, I'd have to change this to like Madurai is what I'd have to do. So if I put a Forma here, like if I Forma and then basically go ahead and Forma for a Madurai here, yeah, I can then go ahead and click swap polarity, and then I can bring the Madurai over here, and I can take the Naramon down there. But again, whenever you're swapping, it doesn't cost you anything. But if you're investing and changing, it costs you Forma. You can, when you insert a Forma into your weapon will reset back to level 0. And yes, before you go ahead and jump at it, be like, wait, if it enters level 0, doesn't that now mean I can rank it up for more affinity? No, that's not how it works. You can only rank something from level 0 to level 30 one time. Once you have done it, rule of thumb, once you've done it, you'll see this little symbol next to it. I can never ever get Mastery rank from this thing ever again. This is what we considered mastered. Okay, it's done. Like, this is done. So, because it's an MK1 weapon, I actually have no reason to ever use this weapon ever again. Again, I can sell it. I covered that earlier, but hopefully you guys understand it. So, do you guys understand Formaing? Hopefully I explained that as well as I could. I can do a advanced modding session if you guys want me to, but that's Formaing, and that is also, I've explained these actions. This is auto install. I don't recommend it because I'm going to try and tell you what to go ahead and do to mod. So, but at least you can understand what happens when you reach rank 30 and where you go from it from there, okay? There are lenses and so forth, but I'll talk about that in advanced modding, okay? So as of right now, you can increase your capacity by adding these. You can change, so you see this saves you room, and you can get more of these like symbols in here by adding these. And if you want to move these around, like this symbol, if I want to put that symbol there, I need to at least put one Forma in it, and you can swap them for free with that. Okay, that's what your actions are. So I've explained that. Now let's talk about an actual build. How do we build and what are we looking to do? So inside Warframe, like I said, you always want to start off with damage. As of right now, I only have this as damage, right? Okay, so we're going to put that in. How do you determine the best mods? You are about to get to that. Let me cook. Let me cook. We're going to go ahead and do it right now. So everybody pay attention, okay? Sorry, chat. I can't answer any of your questions at this point because I'm in cook mode. Right. So what we're going to go and do is, to keep this fair, I'm only going to mod with what I have on stream right now, okay? So this right here is the Naramon. I didn't touch anything else. This is exactly the same 30 capacity. So this is what I'm going to go and do. If I had this is what I would do. I would put a serration mod in my builds, okay? I can click and drag it. I can put it over here. Here's the thing. I'm going to turn this right down because if I do get serration mod, odds are I don't have the credits and the endo to rank it up. We can explain about ranking it in a second. Just give me 2 minutes, okay? So I'm going to go and put a serration mod in here. Serration will stay with you. Serration will stay with you basically throughout the entire game. I've got 6,000 hours in the game. I still use serration. Not all of the time because there are some different alternatives, but for the most part, it's one of the best mods you can get for primaries for damage. Rule of thumb, you've got damage, put 1 damage mod in. Rule of thumb, remember that, okay? So if you've got like loads and loads and loads of, you can't put like multiple same mod in here. So if I've got like 7 serrations, can I just fill this all up with serration? No, you can only put 1 serration in here, okay? But if I have serration and another mod that says damage and another mod that says damage and another mod that says damage and another mod that says damage, should I put all of those 5 mods in because they all say damage? No, unfortunately. You're getting something called diminishing returns. And Warframe's all about multiplicatives, and I will get to that in an advanced tutorial. Right now, I'm just going to help you guys get through the star chart and make your weapons stronger. So pay attention. So once we've got this, the next thing that we want to go and look for is something called a multi-shot. Okay? I'm going to put the mod on the screen. The mod is called Split Chamber. Now, can you guys remember? You'll be like, oh God, but I don't have that. Where do I get it? What did I tell you guys? I gave you guys the tools and the websites in the last 2 episodes about where I can go and look for things. So remember, if you don't know where to go and look, you could look on the Warframe drop data. And remember, I showed you guys this earlier. I could type in Split Chamber. If it doesn't come up here, I can always look for other areas. But look, Lecter and Shiktil, these, you're not going to get them that often. So Europa, Kuva, Lua, Neptune, Pluto, Sedna, Uranus. So Uranus down here might be one of the earlier places that I can go and get it. Pluto, Kuva, Eris, Fem, Another Betrayer, Family Reunion, Hot Mess, Phobos, Raptor, Sunkiller, yada, 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 Jackal. Oh my God, there's a 0.20% chance I can get it from Jackal. Jackal is the boss on Venus, so that's interesting. I wouldn't recommend. You could farm Jackal to go and get Rhino, and as you're farming it, there's a 0.20% chance that you can go and get Split Chamber. That'd be amazing. But otherwise, the earlier places that you can get it, at least from what I can see, that has a decent drop right now, would be on Uranus, the planet. Uranus is a tier 3 planet. I'll explain tiered planets a bit later. But you want to go and do a source survival and it's rotation B. Now, guys, I've explained rotations as well. If you've been actually, the amount of information that comes through this one episode alone today is stacked. You want to rewatch and relive this episode because I've spoke about rotations, I spoke about relics and primes, we're going over modding. There's so much information in this one episode, okay? But the idea is that on Uranus, we're looking for, what was the name of it? Asur. So we look for Asur, which is down here, and it's a survival and it's rotation B. I'll give you just a couple of seconds to really think. What's rotation B again in survival? What's the objective of survival? You every 5 minutes, you can either extract or carry on. So every 5 minutes. Remember rotations? A, B, C. So B, if it's A, B, C, and then it'll go 5, 5, 5. So how many minutes is that? 15 minutes. So if you are farming for this mod in particular, you would only do 15 minutes and then leave. And then go back in 15 minutes and then leave. Do you see what I'm saying? But I know you'd be like, oh, but that's kind of annoying. I'm only going in and just doing that. No, because there's other things that, if you're new to the game, there's many things that you can go and benefit here. You could get gallium, you could get polymer bundles. There's other mods that enemies can drop that you can also benefit from. So don't feel like that it'd be a waste just doing 15 minutes and leaving. You kind of get the idea, right? Trust me, I've farmed a lot of B rotations before, okay? So we've done that, right? Now, multi-shot. what is multi-shot? Why should you put this on your builds? To explain simply, when you shoot, when you go and shoot one, let's imagine arrows. I've got a bow and I shoot one arrow. It costs me exactly in ammo. It costs me one ammo, one arrow for one ammo. Okay. So what we're going to go and do here is that's my League of Legends stuff. Don't you worry. And this is my previous script. I'm clearly unprepared. If you didn't watch my videos, there you go. There's a little bit of a behind the scenes over there. So what we're going to go and do here is we're going to type in multi-shot. Okay, just a way for you guys to go and remember this. And I want you guys to understand this. If I had one multi-shot, this would shoot one arrow, and that would cost me one ammo. I know, just bear with me, all right? Split chamber, if and when you can get this mods, will give you 90% multi-shot. If we look over here, our new value is 1.9, okay? 1.9 is what we now have. What basically now happens is I now have a 1.9 multi-shot, right? This means I shoot one arrow guaranteed, but I have a 90% chance to shoot two arrows, right? Watch this next part though. It costs me one ammo. You might see where this goes, right? So if I had what, 3.6 multi-shot, I shoot one arrow. Well, sorry, not even at that point. I technically shoot 3 arrows. I have a 60% chance for 4 arrows to be shot, and it still only cost me 1 ammo. There's almost no downside to ever running multi-shot in your builds ever. Which is why I'm saying this is a mod for you to go get. Okay? Not just on primary weapons, look for it on secondary weapons as well. I'm just showing you primaries for now. Okay? So you've got damage and you've got multi-shot. Okay? From there onwards, what I want you guys to lean towards is something called corrosive. Let's explain elements. Oh my goodness. This is more fun to go ahead and explain. Let me see what I currently have. Do I have all of the elements on someone yet? No, but this is the best place that I can do it. Is it? Yes, it kind of is. It's not. Unless I rank this up. Wait. Unless I rank this up. Okay. Right, you guys ready? Elements in Warframe. Let me explain this. Okay. So, there are 13 elements in Warframe. Don't remember that. There are 13 elements in Warframe. We've got 3 what we call kind of innate elements, which we call IPS, impact, puncture, slash. Do you want more of an idea when to use this? Just hear me out. Basic 101. Impact does bonus damage to shields. Puncture does bonus damage to armor. Slash does bonus damage to health. You want me to run this down for you even better? If you see that a weapon has more impact in it, right, it'd be better to use it. If it's shields, who are shields? Corpus. If you see that the weapon has more puncture in it, it's good for armor. Who has armor? Grineer. You see what I'm saying? And then if you see that it has slash, just the 101, don't worry. In advance, this will be way different, okay? But just for now, if you see that it has slash, it's going to be, it's against kind of like flesh, if you will. In this case, infested. Infested don't have shields and they don't have armor. Grineer have armor. They don't have shields. And Corpus have shields. And technically they have flesh, but you normally have to get rid of their shields first, right? Or you have to find a way to bypass their shields. So hopefully that helps you understand. This is what we call IPS, impact, puncture, slash. Okay, from there onwards, you can ignore this though. Just don't worry too much about, well, sorry, don't ignore it, but just don't worry too much about it. right? What we can go and do is that we got these 4 other element mods. We have got heat, cold, electric, and toxin. What will happen here, let me cook, we then get corrosive, blasts, radiation, viral, magnetic, and gas. I'll explain, bear with me. So we have these elements here. What will actually happen is if I put toxin in here, if you actually hover over toxin, I don't know, but it actually tell you? No. Anyways, what I'm going to go and do, if I put toxin in my builds, watch toxin, watch what will actually happen. You ready? And now I take cold and I put cold in my builds. It's now viral. Because you see, cold and toxin, when met, combine to form a new element. Does that make sense? Hence why you saw me type this. If there are 4 elements, you can get up to 6 combinations. But they work like this because they are always divisioned between what they can do. So what I mean by that is corrosive is a combination of electric plus toxin. But I can also get blast with corrosive because blast is cold meets heat. Does that make sense? Whereas radiation is electric meets heat. Whereas viral is cold meets toxin. Get the idea? This is kind of, sorry, I'll type it in as well. Magnetic is cold meets electric. And gas is toxin meets heat. Okay? The point is that at that point, when you put all 4 elements in, by switching them around, you can change the combinations. Here's what sucks. I can't do it right now, but I can do it on Overframe GG. So I'm going to show you something. The first 2 elements that connect and meet first will give you your combination. Basically, see here, this is your star. 1, label it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch my mouse. 5, 6, 7, 8. Top left to top right to bottom left to bottom right. Okay? As if you're reading a book. This is a paragraph. You're reading this. Look at this. Okay? Remember this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now watch this. Let's take these out. Let's type corrosive. Just give me reactor for a second. Ignore reactor, but I'm going to need this because otherwise it's going to be annoying. I'm going to type corrosive. And then I'm going to type heat. And then I'm going to type cold. Right. The first 2 that meet. If I put this here, what's the first element that meets toxin? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. There we go. Corrosive. Watch this. Watch corrosive. What's the first element that meets toxin? 1, 2, 3, heat. Heat and toxin, gas. Does that make sense? That's how you mods. That's where I can juggle this around. Look, and see these 2? Now watch. Watch where I put these. Look at this. Can you see that? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatsoever because these are the next 2 elements that meet. Okay? So if you want to go ahead and always get, like, when it comes to modding for elements, this is what I teach people. In no way, shape, or form do you have to do this. I would always pick either the start of your build or the end of your build. If you look at all my builds that I publish anywhere, you will notice, for me, my pattern is elements are always in the bottom row. Always. Because I will always juggle my elements down here. I'm very aware of what's going on. So in this case, if I type in corrosive, I got toxin here. It doesn't matter where I put electric. They are the first 2 elements in this weapon that meet. Okay? Basic 101. Hopefully that helps you. Let's go back to modding. Okay? Let's explain a few other things and so forth. I guess we go into status chance in a second as well, and we'll explain status chance and critical, and then we're basically done, because then that's almost 4 hours And hopefully this isn't too overwhelming. I really hope this is helping you guys. By the way, if it is helping you, please go and like the video and share the video if you know anyone that could benefit this as well. And there's a lot more to modern than what I'm kind of showing you, but I'm just giving you guys kind of the basics without overloading it. So remember, we had Serration. Why do we have Serration, guys? Because it's damage, okay? And we don't want diminishing returns. Listen, you can go ahead and put extra damage mods if you want to in it, but what I'm saying is that we want to work with multiplicatives. We want to take something and we want to multiply it by making it stronger, okay? So we take damage, we take multi-shot. From there onwards, I recommend a majority of your builds, if you are a new player to Warframe, to run Corrosive. Corrosive is really good against armor, okay? So we're looking for Corrosive. So Stormbringer and Infected Clip. Where do you get them? Yeah, see? You're with me now. I've showed you the websites. I've showed you where to go and get them. Go get them, okay? So we've now got damage. We got multi-shot, which is just basically free kind of damage without costing anything, right? Now we've got Corrosive. Why do I recommend Corrosive? Now, the reason why I recommend Corrosive is because Corrosive basically does bonus damage to ferrite armor, okay? Every single one of these, remember how IPS was like shields and so forth and stuff like that? I shouldn't have deleted it, but remember IPS was shields and flesh and so forth. These also work a little bit different as well as to when you're kind of running them. But let's ignore those just for a second. These are the ones that you want to pay attention to, okay? These are the ones. So remember this for damage, ferrite armor, machinery, alloy armor, cloned flesh, shields, proto shields. What the hell does gas do bonus damage? Do you know what? Off the top of my head, I don't actually know. I'm sorry that I don't know the answers to that right now. I don't know why I did that. And okay, I haven't lost my build. Off the top of my head, I generally don't know. But what you can do here, I'm going to show you guys how I would look for it. If I just type in gas like this, we take gas, damage gas, and if we just scroll down, we're looking for this. You see this chart here? We're looking for this. So it does bonus damage against infested flesh and infested. So technically gas for its damage alone is better against the infested faction. Okay, so then I would type in infested/infested flesh. That's how you understand it. So ferrite, alloy, Grineer, just to help you guys understand. Blast, machinery, I believe this is actually a mixture, a twofold mixture. This is Corpus and Grineer, because Grineer doesn't have that much machinery, but they do have machinery. Not all of the, they have like rollers and stuff, but otherwise mowers and so forth are machinery. Viral clone flesh, this is Grineer, but keep in mind this is you need to kind of basically remove their armor in order to go ahead and get bonus here. Actually, do you need to remove their armor to get bonus? I can't actually remember off the top of my head. I don't know if you actually need to remove their armor. I'm gonna take that off because I'm not 100% certain. Forgive me if I got that wrong. If I've got it wrong, I got it wrong. I apologize. Magnetic is Corpus, and gas is Infested. Okay, so it gives you an idea when you're looking at it. My point is, the other thing that also has armor in this case is going to be bosses, right? Bosses also can have ferrite armor. This is why, if you now think about it, well, most of the enemies that you'll go and fight are Grineer. Grineer are tanky with their armor. You can get bonus damage against their armor, but you can also get bonus damage against bosses. Why am I telling you to go Corrosive? Okay? Hopefully you understood that now. You're getting bonus damage. How much bonus damage are you getting? That's a lot of bonus damage. That's a lot of bonus damage. 75%. So a lot of bonus damage. You are hitting very hard against Grineer and so forth. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't going to solve all your solutions against Corpus. This isn't going to solve all your solutions against Infested. But Infested don't really have resistances. They mostly have Ancients around them to kind of buff them. So you get rid of those buffers. But here's what's also good as well. I'm just going to throw this out here. Actually, maybe I'll just show you instead. Let's type Corrosive. Here you go. Scroll down here. Look what else it also affects. Fossilized. These are Ancients. These are literally Ancients. So if they have fossilized health, which the Ancients do, these are the buffers of the Infested. You also get 75% damage against them. So not only is it really good against the Grineer, but it's also really good against Infested as well. If it's fossilized, which are the big elite units. Because you see the little enemy units that they send at you, they're squishy. You can just kill them naturally. So just go off and kill them. This, however, these are a bit tankier. So you're going to have to kind of like wear them down. All right. But Infested is going to be fossilized. I have no idea how to spell fossilized, and I'm not even going to try. Yeah, no, I'm not trying. Fossilized. There you go. Follarized. I don't know, something like that. Anyways, at least you could just copy and paste it from here. I say LL. Oh my goodness, whatever. Anyways. We're not here about spelling. We're here about understanding the rest of the game. So forgive me. Right. I love how chat's just like, by the way, this is how you spell fossilized. Thanks, chat. Yeah, okay. Okay, right. Anyways, so hopefully you guys understand elements. You guys now understand actions. And you guys also understand when to combine elements. Let's carry on with the rest of the build on what I would be looking to do. Now, if the weapon has a decent amount of crit chance, let's just say that it has 5% crit chance, or maybe it has 10% crit chance. It's not an awful lot of crit chance, guys. Your mods are multiplicative that scale off it. The next mod that we're going to look to go and do is a mod called Point Strike. When I add that onto my build, I can get 75%. Remember, rule of thumb, understand what crit chance is. If I do damage, crit chance is a chance for bonus damage. Crit multiplier is that damage. So there's a 75% chance that I will do 200% bonus damage is basically what's going on, right? So we want to go ahead and bump the crit chance so that I can proc it more often. And then we want to go ahead and get the crit multiplier also up. So in this case, 75%, that's great. I can put Point Strike in here. Okay, I can also take this off. And unfortunately, that would be my cap right now, unless I did this. No, I think I've just gone over my cap because split chamber costs an awful lot. You know what? At this point, don't worry about the capacity because I can't do much else about that. You guys know how the Forma, you know how to increase the capacity. I'm just giving you mods to help you, okay? So from here onwards, we're going to look for critical damage. So if you've got critical chance, you want critical damage, right? So critical damage, critical chance. Okay. Just going to move it. Damage, multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage. Oh, it's because these are ranked all the way up. That's why as well. Oh, no, that one is. Corrosive. Believe me when I say this. If you have not yet done even just this with these mods ranked up alone, go do it. Trust me, please. Just trust me. Go do it. You will see a significant change in your build. This will not work for weapons that are not so much crit heavy. And if they're not crit heavy, you want to focus on, again, more multi-shot, more elements, so forth, so forth. But for now, this alone is already really good. And you might be thinking, well, then what do I do with these last two mods? This is where advanced kind of things come in. But for now, I would just say play around with what you're missing. So you've got the fundamentals. What are you missing? Do you reload quite slow? Would you like quicker reloads? Well, that's fine. Let's go and look for some reloads. Would you like to reload a bit quicker? Okay, boom. Let's go and put that in. Okay. Got fast hands. You can reload a little bit quicker. Maybe you're like, oh, I kind of wish I could do a bit more DPS more often. Okay, well then look for some fire rate. Let's go and put speed trigger in there, yeah? Cool. There you go. Like that. Try to build. Rank it all out. You'll see what I mean. Genuinely, thumbs up from me right here, okay? You can apply this kind of method to secondary weapons. You can also apply this method to melee weapons. This is modern 101, all right? I'm not going to go so into depth as to how to make this way more efficient, but oh my goodness, just trust me. This is basically what I will be doing through this series, okay? Now, the only other thing that I have not spoke about, and I would like to go and speak about before we kind of get done with modding, is status chance. So you guys understood what... you guys understood everything. I hope you understood everything so far, right? And you understood what crit chance did. But what is status chance? What does that do? Okay. Every element 13. There's technically more than 13, but I'm not going to go into it. But anyways, it just roll of thumb, and for ones that you can access straight off the bat, there's basically 13. But then we got lifted, microwave, whatever. Anyways, when it comes towards elements within Warframe, every element has a proc. Jesus Christ. Let's type this down so that you guys can go and see it. Okay, you saw what bonus that they did, yeah? You sort of, again, you can Warframe Wikipedia this if you're not keeping up and you want to go and go at your own accords. What I want to go and do right now is show you this, okay? Impact, puncture, slash, heat, toxin, cold, electric, corrosive, blast, radiation, viral, magnetic, gas. Okay, you ready? Oh my god, I can't remember. They've changed impact, and I can't actually. It's something to do with mercy killing. Stagger plus stacks for mercy. I know that doesn't mean much to you right now, but don't worry. Puncture is it's like sundering, no? Oh no, it's not. Lowers enemies damage to you. Slash is bleed damage over time. Heat is burn damage over time. Minor. I'm just gonna put crowd control for now. Okay, crowd control. This is damage over time, crowd control, and it's armor strip up to 50%. If you want to double check all of this stuff, because if you watch this video and they change elements in the future, then you're going to have to use the Warframe Wikipedia to update yourself. But right now, this is what it looks like, okay? Toxin is, it bypass shields and dot on health. So toxic, if you will. Cold basically slows enemies. I think it does it do something. I think it's like up to 80% or something, up to 80%. I think they changed the values, or 85%. I'm gonna put 80, but I think it's 85. Electric is minor. Oh no, so let's just go say it's crowd control. It's damage over time. I think that's it. It's chains. I'll just say chains. I'll explain it in a second. Corrosive is armor strip. Up to, I think it's 75%. I could be wrong on the values. If I'm wrong on the values, just forgive me. Blast is reduce enemy accuracy. Does blast still knock down? I'm gonna put slash in here and say knockdown. I don't know if blast still knocks down. I have no idea. Radiation is you confuse. You basically confuse the enemy to attack other enemies. They're not on your side though. Please understand that. Just basically, you confuse the enemy to attack anything in sight, or no, sorry, anyone in sight. More stacks equals more damage they do. I know it sounds a bit maybe confusing when I type it like that. I'll explain it because I'm just typing it so you guys can look at it. Viral is, oh my god, debuff to health, increases dot procs on top of it. Magnetic is, it's literally viral debuff, but on shields. It's literally that. Gas is basically dot proc dot gas. I don't know. They changed that as well, and I don't use as much gas now. Is it toxin? I can't remember. Slash bypasses armor. Yeah, sorry. Slash is sorry, let me go ahead and say something about slash. Slash is technically true damage. Damage over time is considered true damage, so yes, it bypasses armor. It doesn't bypass shields. Just keep that in mind. The only thing that bypasses shield is toxin. So let me go ahead and just give you a quick rundown. Impact, basically, I have a 15% chance that it will look for... Do I do this on this stream? Whatever. in for a penny, in for a pound. You guys are going to get a little bit advanced. You're not asking for it. There's a 50% chance that it will basically look for the highest number out of the elements, and it will try and proc that one over the other ones, which means this is a puncture weapon. There's a 50% chance it will proc puncture because puncture is the main focus of this weapon. Therefore, it would lean towards this. So the enemy's lower damage towards you. Again, if at any point that any of this stuff changes, please use the Warframe Wikipedia to understand it. But that's basically what puncture is essentially doing, okay? So yes, I do 25% bonus damage to armor because that's what puncture does, but I also could lower their damage that they do to me if this procs. If it doesn't proc, then this, you could ignore this. I'm only doing 25% bonus damage to armor. Does that make sense? That's kind of how it works. So basically, your status chance with the elements that you put in. So if I put this in, there's 50% chance it will proc one of these. If it happens to proc electric will stun an enemy. It then chains, I think it, does it straight chain from that enemy? Oh no, maybe it doesn't chain from the enemy. I can't remember if it chains from the enemy or not. Does it innate chain? Just asking chat. Stuns like an enemy, and then it will do damage over time. Oh, it does chain. Okay, so I was right. And then it basically chains onto nearby enemies, which then also kind of like get this like electric effect going on. So that's just electric. So yes, electric alone could be really good if you just put it in as a mod. Do you see what I'm saying? That's basically all you guys need to go know for now. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't be enough. If anything, I think that's more info for basic 101. Actually, maybe I'll just leave that there. This should be enough information for basic 101, but hopefully that will help you understand how to modify for your builds a bit more. So again, if I was going to mod for the Paris, I would go for damage, I'd go for multi-shot, I would go for crit chance, crit damage, I'd go for corrosive. If you're going against a different faction and you don't want to run corrosive, you want to run magnetic because you're going against Corpus, you can do so, you get the idea. And then some utility. It'll give you an idea. Let's say that you didn't have crit chance and it was like 5% crit chance, then I would probably go serration, so damage, multi-shot, and then I would just go elements with fire rate. I would just go for that. So just element, fire rate. Okay, there are other mods in the game that you'll start going into, but these mods are not accessible when you're new to the game. That for me is how I would explain modding, just to go ahead and get a person into modding. Modding is not a short thing to explain, but I hope I did a good job of trying to improve your builds. If you just trust in the process and trust in what I'm saying, and hopefully if you did follow me, your builds should automatically just get better enough for the star chart. So like the base things, all of the basic missions you're just doing in the game, it should be good enough and it will keep doing damage. Just keep getting endo and keep ranking them up. And as for ranking them up, when it comes to mods, I'm just going to show you here, when it comes towards mods, what you want to go and do is click on the mods. You get 3 things here. The only 2 that exist to you, and I mean this, the only 2 that exist is this one here and this one here. Just ignore this for now, okay? You can get credits through doing lots of different missions and other things in the game, all right? Don't worry about this. But to rank the mod up, you need to click Fusion. Then you need to go ahead and click along here, okay? And then when you're happy with it, this now ranks it up completely. It maxes out the mod. It will cost me 70 endo, which is up here, and it will cost me credits, which are up here. When I'm happy with it, I click apply, and now the mod is ranked up. And as you can see, the capacity of the mod also increased as well because the mod got better and stronger. Once I rank one mod up, once this is ranked up fully, if I get another suppress mod, I don't need it, okay? What do I do then? Sort mods by duplicates. Over here, I have 4 diamond skins. I don't need 4 diamond skins. Click. 1, 2, 3. Click. Dissolve for endo. It's a good way for you to go ahead and get endo. Now, let's say this cracked mod, ammo drum, right? So if I just type in ammo drum, I'm going to move my camera so you guys can go. Whoa, that's not my camera. I'm going to move my camera so you guys can go and see this. See this cracked ammo drum? And you see how I've got ammo drum here? I no longer need this mods. If you want to go ahead and just delete all of the mods in one go, instead of clicking here, then going like this. Yeah. Middle click. See that? Just middle click. So I can just middle click that and then just do this. This way you can select mods way quicker to delete. Look at that. Just middle click on your mouse. I don't know what it is on console, but you can select all of them and just get rid of them. Okay, it's a much quicker and easier way of doing it. But that's basically how this works as well. Start modding your mods. Also, another thing to go and say is sometimes, for anybody who's wondering, you might go and see that this one's got a bit of a highlight. This one's got a bit of a highlight right here. Can you see that? It's got like a glow. Whereas like this one, why doesn't this one have a glow? What? I don't understand. Why is this one got a glow? Why doesn't this one have a glow? Why doesn't this one have a glow? Why does this one have a glow? When it's glowing like that at the bottom, that means you have it equipped. It's on something. It's on a warframe, it's on a weapon, it's somewhere. This is the one that you are using somewhere. This is the one that you want to rank up. Okay? Otherwise, if I click and rank this one up, this is not applied to anything. Okay? That's how that works. That's Modern 101. Hopefully, that helps you. I feel like it's been a great episode this episode, and I think it was quite overwhelming. And forgive me that there's a lot to take in. There are literally people in the chat who have been playing for thousands of hours, and even they didn't know this stuff as well. I'm telling you, there's so much to learn in Warframe. Not even I know it all as well. I'm just telling you. Not even I know it all. But no, I don't. You know, we're gonna make mistakes. There's just so much to learn in Warframe. But I really hope that today's episode helped you. Okay. This is episode 2. This episode covered some more of the star chart. It covered mostly relics and primes. It covered modification on how to get yourself a bit stronger into the game. It covered a little bit more of Nightwave explanation. We went ahead and did a quest, which was good. And we got ourselves on towards Phobos. We're making our way over towards Ceres, which will be, so next episode we'll be acquiring, hopefully we'll be farming towards Frost, and we want to try and get our first new Warframe. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff over there. We are now Mastery Rank 2 as well, and that's going to be kind of like the recap. There might have been other things that I did to stream, but I've unfortunately forgotten. I want to say massive thank you for everybody for like coming to check out the video. Again, if it's not too much to go and ask, guys, could you please go and leave a like on the video? And if you do know anybody out there, literally anybody that you think would benefit from this, I hope it helps them. Okay, this was 4 hours. I think next episode has to be a little bit shorter if possible, because I don't know if people want long episodes or if they don't want long episodes. I just don't know. Either way, though, I've had an absolute blast. So I really do thank everybody for coming to hang out and coming to get involved. And thank you for supporting this series so far. Next episode, so episode 3, will begin next week on Wednesday. So I hope to go and see you guys again then. Next week, we should be hopefully going into just clearing out the star chart a bit more. We got a lot of basics out of the way today, so it's going to be more about how to play the game, and the grind is going to slowly start kicking in now. Okay, slowly explaining a lot of this stuff early is going to be fantastic, because the earlier I can get you guys to understand, do you know what? The earlier I can get you guys to hear it, you don't even have to understand it right now, but just to hear it, give you a grasp idea of what exists in the game. This is just episode 2. You don't learn this stuff if you start the Viri Paradox. This is why I took this route, okay? This is exactly why I took this route. The Viri Paradox will get its own episodes, but this stuff doesn't it's not taught in Viri. It's just not, all right? It's not really overly taught that much in game either. But anyways, I'm going to stop rambling because I want to come towards the end of the stream. My voice is going, unfortunately, so I apologize if it sounds like I'm straining. But massive thank you guys for being here today. Much love to everybody. Thank you guys also for supporting the channel earlier. The people who subscribed to Twitch, to YouTube. I'm new to this. I'm sorry. Everybody who subscribed to the YouTube channel, thank you guys very much. I love what I do, and without your support, you know, it's not really possible. So thank you guys for just giving me an opportunity and your time. I will catch all of you guys again in episode 3. And I'm excited to hopefully get some reviews and some feedback, and hopefully we can get better and better with this, and I can be a bit more hopefully comfortable about explaining everything and trying to go over it. And if I did mess anything up, I apologize. I'm trying to be as accurate and as quick and as condensed as I can. So I don't mean to be like rushing things, but again, just hit me up if you would like to if you would like me to go ahead and explain things better. And all of this video, you guys would have known this by now, but for the people on live stream, this is all going to be timestamped. So as soon as this goes offline, I'm literally going to sit on YouTube and I'm going to timestamp and watch the entire 4 hours back. It should take me about 40-50 minutes because I can just kind of crack into it. So all of the timestamps will be there. Anyways, I'm going to stop rambling. Thank you guys for watching today's video. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, all right? But feel free to hit me up on my socials if you guys do need me. And I'll catch you guys later. See you guys next week for next week's episode 3. Bye, guys. Thank you guys, everybody, for watching. Episode 3. See you guys then. Bye-bye. Bye.